Alrighty, looks like we are live. Gonna check the technical bits, and then we will get going. Welcome in, welcome in. Good to see you. Okay, just gotta get the chat going, and we'll get going here in just a second. The usual, the usual. Takes a minute, as with everything in life. Patience is the key. Also money, lots of money. The key to life, patience, and a lot of money. Hey guys, you're the Rage here. Hope you're having a fantastic day, and welcome back to my little universe. God, I hope we can get this done today. I doubt it. I will probably be at this another 2 streams at least, but I mean, we're almost to the end of Dragonora, and then there's only 2 planets left, so maybe if we make it like a, I don't know, if we end up go until like 1 in the morning, we do like a 6-hour stream. Might be enough. We just gotta see how quickly our gathering can ramp up. That's the main limiter of this game, and I think it's a good limiter. I think that serves a purpose. It sort of slows you down and makes you appreciate all the environments and all the little things in the game, you know, the level design and the characters and stuff like that. I do like that. It gives it a little thing. I think maybe it's a little overtuned. I'd take it down 15, maybe 20%. So you take, if it's meant to be a, you know, 25, 30-hour campaign, whatever, right? Because we've been at this like 21 hours. Yeah. So we've been at this 21 hours. We are 23% almost complete, so... Oh, God, it's... Yeah, I don't want to try to do the math on that, but if it's meant to be like a 25-hour campaign, I'd say cut it down just a little bit, make it 20 hours instead. That would have been nicer to just be like, yep, we're done. Cool. Alright. Back at it, boys. We're mining. Wonder if I'm gonna rant about capitalism today. Probably not. Probably not. Actually got some interviews lined up this week. Hoping to get in with them, you know. Had one today. I think it went well. So we'll see. Do we can get me a decent job here somewhere? I mean, I don't even care about decent. I'm just like, look, if it pays the bills and it doesn't give me too much stress, then I'm about it, you know. I think that's the goal at this point in society. Forget a house, forget a family, forget all that. It's just survive and don't get hassled while you're surviving, right? But also don't procreate, right? Like if you are not, you know, going to participate in making a better world, you shouldn't be having children. Just because, oh, I have money and I've invested. Yeah, it's great for you. Wonderful, great. I'm happy for you. I really am. I could care less. The problem is other people don't have so that you can have because the system is set up to benefit you in some way. And then there's always people like, oh, I'm self-made, or the fuck you are. There's no such thing as the self-made millionaire. There's no such thing as a self-made man, right? There's, like no man is an island. You know? It's fine if you have success and you worked hard for that success. I'm not against it, right? Like, especially if you can point to that success and say, I did it. That was me. It was my perseverance. I'm the guy that said yes. I'm the guy that did it. So somebody like Todd McFarlane, anybody that works at Image Comics, like if you make your own comic and it sells well, and you're drawing it, you're writing it, you're doing whatever, fucking fantastic. You'll love to see it. Fuck you. I don't even know what these things are. They're just like floating ghosts that are yellow. I don't even know what it's getting at. But yeah, they're like air spirits or something. But yeah, that's fine. You know, you deserve it at that point to say, yeah, I fucking did that. You know, cool. You can absolutely be proud of yourself and say, yeah, I made my own money, you know. But if you're making a ton of money and it's all just for you to hoard and use as private wealth for your family. It's like, okay, now you're kind of missing the point of civilization, right? Here's an idea. Why don't you just make a better world, and then your kids and my kids and everybody's kids could all be better off in the future. You know, it's not an and or, right? It's not a fucking, right? It's an and statement, not an or statement. It's a, we can be better off together, you know, or it's you having a little less doesn't make it less. You know, that's the thing that annoys me. It's like, I don't care if I have, like, enough. I actually care if other people have enough. I care less about myself. I don't fucking matter in the grand scheme of things. Like, I could care less. It's when I look at systems that are put in place just to destroy other people. Like, if the success of a man must come at the destruction of another man, right? Then what the hell is the point? You know? Just, like, yeah, you win the race. Okay, cool. You won the race. And then you, like, celebrate as if you did something. It's like, look, you're just being a dick about it. You can have money and not be a dick about it. You know, that's entirely possible. There's plenty of people that have money and are not dicks about it. But to act as if, like, you won the game of life or something. It's like, okay, good for you. We all think you're a dick, but okay. I don't care what other people think. Okay, well, I mean, I'm sure the aristocrats said that in the French Revolution as well. We saw how well that turned out for him. Me. Yeah, let's not get too... I would say not too political, but I mean, this whole fucking... this whole century is political, man. Let's see. Okay, and pop. There you go. Just enough to get over. Jesus, 220? Good lord, man. Alright, 75 already. That's not too bad. Okay, but why is this one taking longer? I don't understand. We hit them at the same time. Weird. Moving on. So we seem to be in the Sky Kingdom right now. Pretty tight. Not gonna lie. I fucks with it. Like me some clouds. What? Oh. Oh, I don't like this. I feel like I'm gonna fall off. Yeah, I'm not down for that. So what do we need to open all these? Like, 180? Oh god, you're not gonna get 180 off this. Yeah, we'll just start with 60 because I got 60. Maybe it'll be more in the next one. Nah, of course not. There's a dude though, so get some XP off that guy. Yeah, I gotta go back. $140, that ought to work. Okay, there's another one there. That's cool. Okay, let's see what's on the left side. Oh, they go up to the same place. Then why bother with 2 elevators? That's just silly. Good bit of gems here. Oh, no, not wood. Please tell me I have wood. I don't have wood. You're gonna make me go all the way back just to get wood? Wow. Dick move. Oh, hold on. Oh, this sucks. Okay, it just has to vaguely touch it. Doesn't need to be right on the jewel. Oh, thank God, wood. Oh, thank God. Better be something good here, because that's a lot of wood I'm spending. Okay, just start. That's fine. Oh, good. There's more trees in the corner there. Damn, that's a big boy. There you go. $110, might as well open this one. And we'll do some more tree farming. Yeah, there we go. 120, more trees. More trees, for me's. Nope, no more trees. Gonna go back. Where does this elevator go? I don't know. Edge base? Get on. Oh, hey, we can grab some trees through here. Nice. I am 1 diamond off. Oh, you may suck me, dude. 1 diamond. 1. Count them. Un diamanito. I don't even know how you say diamond in Spanish. Probably not. Like, most definitely that's not the word. It is kind of interesting when English words go to foreign languages, though. Like, a lot of Japanese words, they'll, like, mattress, you know? They don't really say it in Japanese, they just say mattressu. Or, you know, like, laptopu. Like, it's funny, because that's kind of where the stereotype comes from of, oh, if you just put that suffix on the word, suddenly it sounds like Japanese, but it's because some of them are. Some words are literally, like, American words, or, well, not American words, English, but, you know, basically American at this point. Let's just be real, because there is a difference. There is a big difference between English and American English. Because, like, half the shit the British come up with for English is just, why? I mean, there's plenty in English as a language overall that sucks, right? There's a lot that just makes no sense and needs to be cleaned up, yet linguists just refuse to. Just change the fucking dictionary and then people start using new words. It's not hard. There we go. Alright, more trees. Going this way. I guess a little more bridge here. We got quite enough bridge. Here we go. Oh my god. Yeah, 168, not bad. Good bit of wood, that's for sure. This feels like the clouds are going to disappear. Oh, okay. Yay! Gonna free the dragon. Oh, there we go. Okay. Get whooped on. Okay, kill all them. Got us another dragon freed. That's the thing, we're only like 3 jewels off from this, so there's basically like 3 dungeons left to finish. I'm gonna get that ass, boy. I'm gonna find you eventually, Mr. Wizard Man. Alright, need the key, though. The key's back the other way. Maybe this will send me there, or reset me or something? Just so I don't have to walk all the way back? Okay, yeah, this goes back to the beginning. That's fine. Never mind. Free gems. Alright. Missed that the first time. Okay, so the dragon that way. Key. Yeah, key is also this way, though. Come on. Come in. I like my little astronaut, dude. It's fun. Okay, key time. Yeah, I need to go get some jewels. Oh wait, wasn't there a pile of jewels? Did I get that pile of jewels? I don't think so. I got the pile of wood. But I think there was a pile of jewels with the dragon. I should go back there and check that out. Yeah, it does like over there. Oh, the key's actually down here. Huh. Okay. Yeah, so it's so you don't have to walk all the way back. I mean, kind of. It wasn't even that far. It was actually, I think, farther to run from spawn than it was to run back around the corner over the clouds and get to here. Eh. 6 of one, half dozen the other. Get fucked. Where the fuck am I now? I feel like this is... All of it feels very familiar on this level, you know? It all seems like it's the same room, but different, but also the same, you know? I don't know. Odd, that's for sure. Okay, let's fill this in so I don't fall through there like a dumb shit. Fountain! Ooh. I like fountain. Fountains are fun, you know? Water features. You know what I like? I like natural water features. I don't like artificial water feature. Like, if you're gonna make an artificial water feature, I want a really kick-ass looking waterfall with, like, holograms on it and shit, you know? Something like that. Something that's, like, lined with marble and LEDs and stuff that's really hoity-toity, you know? Kinda... Because, like, when the Romans built their shit, right? They didn't build shit to look like nature. They built shit in defiance of nature. They said, we have the marble. We shape it to our needs. And then we build temples worthy of the gods. We build temples so good that the gods will be pleased and won't smite us. You know? They're basically saying, like, yeah, nature's cool and all, but check this shit out. Right? Kind of like Da Vinci coming up with, you know, flight and stuff by studying nature, going, yeah, birds are cool, and turtles are cool, but have you seen tanks and helicopters? I got an idea for that. It didn't work because, of course, you know, the wrong materials. Sound theory, right? Sound theory, but, unfortunately could not test it properly because he lacked the proper materials. Key. Fantastic. Here's the saddest thing about engineers is engineers want to solve problems, but in this era of civilization, engineers don't really get to solve problems, right? It actually makes more money to make something shit than it does to make something good. That must hurt to be an engineer and your only job is like, hey, design this thing. Oh, wait, you designed it too well. Make it shittier. We need to take out, like, the 20% of this that makes it actually function so that we can, you know, make it, like, sellable again, right? Or, like, things that have built-in flaws just because they're cheaply made. That guy fucking died. Like, Jesus. I'm just over here just waxing poetically about the faults of modern man, and dude just said, alright, bet, and just jumps off a cliff. Okay. Were we going this way? I was checking the pile. I forgot to check the pile again. I got distracted with the key is down here thing, you know? There you go. Okay, I did get the file. Right. Okay, should we go back to the... Yeah, let's just go back to the start. It's easier than looping back around over the clouds. It's not even that far to run, you know? So you might as well just run it out. Just run past all these guys and you're there. Gotta take the elevator up. I guess maybe they put 2 elevators in here because one you might miss out on if your timing's wrong. Then you have to wait for the one elevator. Because that's an annoyance in the other planets. Is some areas you'll be like, oh, here's an elevator, cool. And then if you miss the elevator, you have to wait for it to go all the way up and all the way back down, which is kind of aggravating. A lot of trees in here. That's cool. Also, don't forget the jewels. That's free jewels. Gonna need those later. Psyched. I'm gonna need them right now. Okay. Got it. I'm gonna load up on some crystals and such. You tell me you gotta run all the way back? I mean, I could go through the dragon thing and just teleport. That might be easy to run to. Why am I gathering this? Why am I bothering? Nothing good there. Alright, so we got everything. We're good. Damn it. Knew he was coming. Yeah, because we're right next to the dragon place. So if we do that, we can just teleport back. Easier than running to the other zone. Because we're going to end up back at the beginning anyway, so we can get out of the cave. Well, the cave. The dungeon, whatever the fuck you want to call these instances. Guess you could just call them an instance. That would work. Sweet. It's good they have a teleport. I think way more of these caves and stuff. Most of them are designed to be circular, but if they're not, I'm glad that you put a thing there. I hope any other ones don't make you run all the way back to the beginning, because that would be a nightmare. Oh, God. Not gonna use the crystals here to... Okay. But there's a little bit of crystal there. You don't have to go in the cave now. So if you need a little bit of crystal for upgrading, you can sort of do that. Give me some more clouds. Let's see. There we go. So we're getting more of this unlocked. So you don't actually have to enter the cave to go mining. I mean, there's more in the cave, but there might be more out here once I open it up. Might be a nice little node to work with. Seems to be. Get some hay. Or just some grass, I guess. At least the clouds are really easy to farm. Like, yeah, you need a lot of them, but you can get quite a bit in just one swing. All that just a loop-a-doop around. There we go. Just focusing on harvesting. Not much to say. Need a ton of clouds for this. Open her. Come on now. That's not my new. Fuck. That was the wrong thing. There we go. That's the right one. What's we got here? There's like a dragon dude. Oh, the altar's under me. Okay, that's where I gotta put the gems in. Right. Gotcha. If I get a ladder back here, that'd be nice. Make it easier to go farm in this place. Key. Okay. Crystals. Where the hell are we going now? I guess the next area. Yeah, that would seem to be... Oh, like an astrolabe. Huh. Neat. A little diorama of the swords. There we go. Alright. Moving along. God, how much further we gotta go with this? Oh, that's coming back around to the dark area. Or not. I'll go fuck myself. It just... Every time I think it's going one way in this game, it goes a completely different way. Kind of annoying, actually, because it's like, oh, this would be a nice little shortcut. Nope. Keep going around. Kind of silly. Ugh. The pick. The smartest thing would have been to just upgrade the pickaxe already. Because I need more jewels, it'd be easier to harvest that way, but... Eh. Nah, I'm here. We'll just chill out and do this. Get it one bit at a time. Oh, God. How much more of this? Please put some stones on this side. No, of course you're not. You bastard. They go all the way back for this. There we go. Yep. Okay. See what this does. What's it gonna make? Oh, it's closing it in. Now we got this. I guess the next temple, the next area. We can go finish this up. What do we have behind door number 2? A needle that I can push, apparently. What the hell's the idea here, Chief? Well, you push it towards the... Well, this is supposed to throw out the sun, right? Yeah, there we go. Push all the way around. Great! What's that doing for me? What's the idea there, bud? But... Oh! Oh god, it's Nightmare World now. Okay, everything's different. Turn the sundial. Okay, well, I can't turn it back. Man, I can't turn it back, and now I needed the... I don't need these crystals, I need the other crystals. Fuck, that means I don't have to go back in the thing to get more. Well, actually, wait, has it changed the temple now? Is it different? What? That's kind of neat. Also, there's a skin dude up there. I don't have enough, but hit that up later. Yeah, no, this is a brand new one. Okay. Huh. I really hope I can get more crystals from... No, now it's all amethyst. Fuck, do I have enough for upgrade with? I don't even think I have any left. I have 17. God damn it. Now you changed it. Now I can't get any of those, so I can't upgrade my harvesting. I should have done that first to dicking around with the sundial. Crap, now my harvesting's behind. It's not my fault, I was being inquisitive. Game just screwed me. Oh, you need this one resource that only comes from this one area? Teehee, it's gone. What? Fuck you, man. Alright, I need to... Because obviously it's not going to pop up here. Maybe I can put the sundial back after I'm done with this place, but... This place is going to suck, though. How much am I getting out of, like, just one of these? 170... 70, so 480 split 2... 240? Yeah, going at. To get 240 out of every 2 you can harvest. So obviously the best thing would be to harvest 3 at a time. Okay. Here we go. Yep. Missed the timing on that. That's alright. Harvest it with that anyway. Could be that amethyst is actually down a level on the type of thing I can harvest. So if I can harvest an amethyst crystal, then maybe it's counting that as like, oh, the tool's already good enough, so it doesn't make it any harder, really, to harvest. I don't really need the upgrade, maybe that's why they're allowing this. Or it could just be an oversight on their part, who knows. Okay, and that'll be enough to see us through. Just grab it all on the way back. Yep, hang on. I got my cord trapped in my foot. Fuck. My cord was like under my leg. I like to have it over my leg. Okay, getting real close here. Come on. Right there. Let daddy touch. It's right there. Gimme. Give me the fucking thing. No, I'm gonna do this out of spite now. He almost put this so freaking close. I'm not getting that much out of that. I need to stop doing that. I just... Okay, that should be enough. Come on, baby. There it is. Now we're in a really good spot for mining. And we need to be because we need 3,000 for the bridge. So from this whole thing, we can get a harvest of... 1.9. Not bad if I need some amethyst. It's like a really good spot to harvest some. Okay. 2.3. Not bad. Go. And there you go. Okay. Here, found another dragon. 2.4. We just harvest one way and then harvest back the other way. Do a little run around, you know. There we go. One way and then the other way. Gotta make it work. Gotta make it work. Come on. Alright. Almost got 4K out of that. Not too bad. Not too bad. Not gonna be enough to cross here, of course, because the game's gonna fuck me. Oh, wait, no, hold on. I think we just made it. Yeah, had 71 to spare. Ah, don't blame it me, dumbass. I'm trying to help you. Do I have fire immunity? Yeah, I still have fireproof. Okay. One down. Jesus. Gotta go this way now. Got about 10,000. Not bad. Okay, I want to get exactly 10,000 though. It's pissing me off that I don't have 10,000. There we go. 10.3. Much better. Because at this rate, that's only about 5 tiles worth. You know, it starts off relatively cheap, and then it gets real expensive after a couple tiles. Like, the closer you get to an objective, the more expensive it's going to get. Fuck you. Damn it. God, even 10,000, this shit's expensive. Look at it, 6K. 6K for this bridge. Unbelievable. The shit they get up to. I swear. There you go. How much? 2K. And probably some more. Well, I got the area of effect, so I can hit basically the whole thing. That's nice. So it'll probably be about 5K by the end. Let's see. If it's 2K, then it'll probably turn into like 3K, so... At least close. Close enough to justify harvesting it for a minute, so... We'll get like 5K out of this and go from there. Let me see. Finally level up. Alright, what we got? Fire starter, superiority pickaxe. Yeah, I guess. Alright. Yeah, that's not even that helpful. Get rid of that. I need my actual superiority back. Like, superiority and area of effect, I need both of those back to have it apply to all my tools. Excuse me. Oh, a little hiccup there. Caught it in my chest. 2K, and then... Oh, only 2.1. Okay. Well, overkilled it, but... I'll take it. No harm in overkilling something. You might get fucked up if you underkill something, though. Okay, you know what? I'm not even gonna... Let's just do this. So he doesn't burn fire at me, because I know how touchy this game can get sometimes. I do not need it accidentally killing me with a hitbox that is clearly fucking borked. I'm trying to get roasty toasted like a damn marshmallow. Just because my backpack looks like a marshmallow does not mean that it is a marshmallow. There we go. Okay, you done? Yeah, you're done. Okay, we got the arrow. Okay. Oh, hi, buddy. Hello, buddy. Goodbye, buddy. Oh, yep, elevator back down. Well, shit. Ain't that a bitch. Moving on. Who's intrigued? Okay. Okay. What up, wizard dude? Okay. So yeah, evil wizard dude. Kind of being a dick about it. Like, why you such a dick, bro? Man, like, what's with wizards and being evil, you know? I've never understood that. It's like, bro, you could cast fireballs and shit. I'd be pretty satisfied with that. I don't see how being evil really enriches your life at all, bro. I want power. It's like, okay, to do what? I don't know. You know, it's like, evil wizards always want power, and they don't even think of what they're gonna do with it. They never have, like, a plan for the power. They just want it, you know? I mean, that's what makes wizards almost not fictional. Like, when you have evil wizards, it's almost non-fiction, because it's basically the same thing that capitalists do. They want a bunch of money, they want a bunch of power, for the sake of having money and power. They don't actually want to do anything with it, other than to continue giving themselves more money and power. You know, it's a friggin' cyclical logic, you know? It's circular. It just goes around and around and around, and they never stop to think why that is. I'm not saying, like, oh, they should be donating to children's hospitals and things all the time. Like, yeah, it'd be nice, you should be doing that, but, you know, you ever thought of, like, doing really dumb shit with your money? Like, that's one thing. I hate energy drinks, right? But I do like that Red Bull does energy drinks, and then on the side, all the money they make, they're like, yeah, we're gonna do really dumb sporting events for, like, motocross and stuff, where people are dressed up in costumes, or trying to do impossible shit, like, you know, who can go the fastest down this icy hill and, like, hopefully not break their neck, you know? It's just like a dudes being dudes type of thing, like, fuck it, we're doing this, you know? That's at least, like, if you're gonna waste wealth, it's like, yeah, sure, why not? You know? Bread and circuses. If I have no bread, you can at least give me a decent circus. Come on, man. If you must short the bread to pay for the circus, then it better be the greatest show on earth, you know? There we go. I think I'm gonna watch Logan's Run tonight. I don't know why. I've been thinking about watching that lately. I've never had a proper watch of it. I know the story. I get the idea of it. It's just one of the things I've never sat down to properly watch. You know, it's a classic, and I really should watch it, but, you know. That's how it works. That's why I would say there should be a great reset on, like, the whole... Basically, the whole world needs a reset on how we do everything. We need to, like, take 5 to 10 years and just don't develop anything new. Don't try anything new. I mean, obviously, any research you've started of, like, hey, we could do that. Like, we're in the middle of this experiment that's been going on for 10 years. We can't turn it off. Okay, yeah, don't turn shit like that off. Like, don't stop doing that. But when it comes to everything else, you know, buying and selling and all this shit, it's like, okay, maybe we just take a second and we just pause. We take account of our resources. We give everybody a breather for, like, 5 to 10 years. And then we continue, you know? Like, just chill. Just chill for, like, 5 to 10 years. And not that you don't do anything. It's that you spend that time reorienting society into something that makes more sense, you know? Like, oh, we're having problems with food infrastructure and stuff. Okay. make a society that, you know, values that. Okay. Not risking it. It'll take a little longer, but I'm yapping anyway. But you just make a society where it's like, oh yeah, we have too much stuff. Let's recycle our stuff so we don't have old stuff we don't need anymore. You know, and that's not to be like, oh, you'll own nothing and be happy type of shit. Like, no. You know, it's just one of those things with like, just recycle stuff? I don't see what's the problem here. It's like, hey, there's this old piece of metal or whatever. Cool, do we have one of those in a museum? Do we have one of those in like a living museum where it's still being used and it's still functional? No? Okay, cool. Oh, we're finally fighting the wizard guy. Wait, I thought we needed another crystal though. Maybe we're gonna get 2 from him. Maybe this is the last dungeon. Maybe I've been bamboozled. Oh, I just demolished your front wave, bro. Get fucked. This little dumbass trying to fight me. I just got 1. Well, we defeated the evil wizard, though. That's cool. Okay, well, back outside. But yeah, just reset and be like, okay, no new movies, no new shows, no new games for like 5 years. You can still work on them. You just have to wait to release them until that 5th year is up. And then year 6 hits and you go, all right, cool. Time for more, you know? Because everybody had a chance to sit down for 5 minutes, get through their backlog, and just chill out. You know? And ideally, over this 5 to 10 year reset, you would also be figuring out, you know, universal basic income, automation of necessary things so that you don't really have to force people to work anymore. Like, it's not like a, oh, well, we need farmers, we need people to clean the toilets, whatever. It's like, dude, what kind of dumbass civilization you have where you figure out how to shoot a rocket into space, but you can't make a toilet clean itself, right? Like, Jesus, look at the Japanese. They took one look at trains and was like, hey, that's a nifty idea. But, hear me out. What if it went 5 times as fast, but was also super clean and efficient? Like, yeah. Like, that'd be the first thing I automate, would be, I would like to look at Japan and go, okay, Japan, they got a lot of stuff, they have a certain quality bar, find ways to automate every one of their processes, you know? How do you automate cleaning of these things? And that's why it's so efficient to begin with, is because they have scaled it down to the fastest possible thing to say, yeah, we move quick, we move efficiently, it just works, you know? They got it down to a science, right? That's what we need. We need things getting down to a science. We need to, like, if you're going to make everything algorithms and shit, right? And you're going to be using robots and all that, then there's no point in the human element. It's like, why even worry about the human element in a system when you could just build a system which doesn't really need a human other than a human operator to oversee the operation? Then it's like, oh, well, then people will still be first to work. Yeah, I mean, a few. But again, I talked about this in the other stream. You could just give them special privileges and say these are part of the labor class, so therefore they, you know, there's the labor class and the leisure class. Class. Need to enunciate. But yeah, you just make those 2 types of classes, and then you're golden. You know, you're good to go. Oh, okay, well, no, we did get all 3. Oh, I guess I did a dungeon and forgot about it. Yay, new portal, new world. How are we doing on this planet? 99%. Yep, so we're basically done. We just need to get our tools done up now. And then we can go to the next world. So always want to make sure our stuff's up to date. But yeah, that's just, I mean, I don't see what's wrong with that. I don't see what's wrong with saying, like, reset the world. You know, get everybody to agree on shit. I know, getting the world to agree on anything is crazy. But I mean, like, technologically, culturally, you know, like, we need to agree on certain things. Like, okay, we already agree that people shouldn't be murdered and raped and things, right? I think that's not acceptable, right? We are in a more enlightened age. We don't want to be doing that kind of stuff, which is, you know, for lack of a better term, barbaric, right? Okay, cool. So we don't want to act like that. But, oh, Jesus, 960 a piece? Okay, also need 180, 360. Alright, I have the planks. I have the metal. I just need the crystals. My God, man. Well, we maxed out all the other stuff, though, so that works. We gotta take the thing back around. So, yeah, we saved Dragonora. Woo! But, yeah, it's just, that's what it is. Okay, how the hell am I supposed to get back there now, dumbass? I don't have the thing. Hold hold the phone. How does that... How do you fucking get there now? I don't have a way over there, dumb shit. I need a thing. What? What do you mean? That's bullshit. I can't get back there now to harvest it? Do I need to, like, leave this, then come back for the guy to reset his boat? Because over here, yeah, like, it's right there, but there's no shortcut between... Why don't you just put a staircase in here? Why you gotta be a dick about it? Again, I don't mind paying the fee. I got plenty of gold. It's just the thing's not reset, because I use this to go this way. I guess they expect you to go through the portal, and then, you know, whatever. I don't know. Alright, yeah, let me go through this portal real quick. I mean, I could just go through the portal and then come right back. Yeah, I'm gonna go this way for a second. Because we're already on this side, might as well use this one. Did that fix it, or do I need to actually leave the planet and come back for the ship to reset? Yeah, the ship's not back. Fuck. Okay, I'm a dumbass. I should have just taken the ship back across, but... Okay. Alright. We'll just dip our toe into Egyptium, and then, go from there. Ooh, the portal looks like a snake. Cool. Also loving the soundtrack for that one. That nice Egyptian soundtrack. You know? Like that Far East Egyptian. Love it. Bah. There you go. Alright, cool. Leveled up. Gem Collector is tempting. Also gathering speed. Also tempting. Okay, we could probably do a little less of that. Okay. Because Gem Collector, I mean, we need to collect gems. Gems are starting to become the thing we really need to grab. Okay. Yeah, alright, he's back. Good. So we need to get 900... Hold on, I'm going to check the fucking thing before I leave. Because I don't want to come back with nothing. You know, I want to get all of it and be done. 960, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, 960, that's... What? 9.6, 9.6, 18 plus 1.2 is 19.2, so 1,920. Yeah. I've been doing Duolingo math, and we're into decimals and multiplication of decimals and things. So I've developed a system of, like, moving the decimal. It makes the math easier. If you move the decimal before you add it or multiply it or whatever, makes it simpler to do. I say I developed a system. That's probably just how people fucking do it anyway. But, yeah. The thing with decimals. I'm not big on decimals. Decimals and fraction have always been, like, the worst part of me understanding math. You know? Okay. Crystals. We need, yeah, 960, 960. That would be 1,800, and then 120. Yep, would be 1,920. So we need 2,000 crystals, basically. What I really should do is upgrade the pick. And in the future, I need to remember to do that. But in this case, nah, we'll just grab whatever. Nah, it'll be fine. Okay. Let's see here. Should we just mine here, or should we go into the actual thing? Let's go into the actual thing. They're more saturated in the dungeon. Better saturation of crystals in the dungeon. Easier to mine. There we go. Oh, didn't do that right. Yeah, that's what happens when you reduce your area of effect profile. That's right. Yeah, see, there's a much better concentration in here. Much higher concentration. I mean, I'm still not getting a great amount, but... It will be sufficient if we just run this entire dungeon. I just don't want to wait, you know? I want to keep mining them the entire time. It's the waiting upstairs that's the problem. we go. Alright, almost 1,000 already. Not too bad. Not too shabby. Fuck you. Stupid, weird ghost thing. I don't even know what it is. Like I said, it's clearly repurposing the ghosts from the other level. But I don't get what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be like a lightning guy or a sun guy. I don't know. Some sort of wind spirit. Don't know. I can't believe, like, we don't even have enough crystals for one, by the way. That's the brutal part about this. We haven't even achieved enough crystals here for one, count them, one of these, let alone 2 upgrades. Back the other way. Come on. Get there. Great place to farm XP, though. And bang! Oh, okay, I thought the cloud wasn't going to be there for a second. That was going to put a damper on my plans. Oh my god! E960, E960. Alright, 960. You know what? I'm going to go upgrade the pick, because we're just going to be using the pick anyway. Trying to get all this crap. It's ridiculous. Yeah. I should just go upgrade the pick. Fuck it. We got the money for this, so we'll just travel by the boat and do that. $170,000. I think I'm good on gold. Watch, the next place with Egypt's gonna be like, oh yeah, everything's gold, so you need gold to upgrade the little tiles, you know? Like, everything is gilded in marble because it's Egypt. Like, alright. Well, gilded in sandstone, really, because they didn't have much. I mean, they kind of had marble. They kind of did marble. The pyramids used to be marble. They used to be a white, at least in the plans and the research they know about it. They found out that the pyramids didn't always look like just, oh, a bunch of sandstone. It was a bunch of sandstone, and then the thing on top was like polished granite or marble. It was like white, like blinding white, so that when the sun hit it, it'd be like the only thing in the region that looked like that. So it would separate it from the sand. It would look beautiful and glorious. You know, big artistic thing. And the, yeah, that. And then later on, it obviously was stripped by, you know, grave robbers and such. There was also a gold cap at one point that went on top. Of course, somebody stole the giant fucking, you know, mini pyramid made out of gold sitting on top of the big pyramid. Like, of course they're gonna take that. That's free real estate, dude. You know? It's a shame, because it would have looked amazing, but that's why we gotta have artistic preservation now, in the modern age. The only problem is now we don't build anything of that level anymore. So the ultimate irony is that none of our buildings today are really worth preserving. That makes sense? Like, they're just skyscrapers made out of wrought iron and whatever. Like, even something as close to us as, say, the 1920s, right? Around that era when they had built... I'm not sure exactly when they built it. It was... Like, I'm bad with history. I'm okay with history. It's just some things with history are like... The specifics escape me. Anyway, things I haven't studied... I don't study architectural history, you know? Like, I know general history, I know a decent bit of art history, you know, just the generalities of it, though, not really much of the details. But the Empire State Building, or the Chrysler Building, for instance, right? Where it's got the thing where... Because, like, the Empire State Building is different. But when I think of New York, I always think, like, the Chrysler Building. It has the... Because it has this thing where it's an arc... Okay, hold on, I'm not going to I'm not gonna sit here and play fucking charades with you guys. I'm just gonna bring it up. I don't know why I always do that. I'm like, it does the thing, and I don't know. All right, the Chrysler Building. How the fuck do you spell Chrysler? Chrysler, Chrysler. Yeah, Chrysler. Okay, Chrysler Building. Got that one right. Yeah, so I think of the Chrysler Building more than the Empire State Building, because this thing, I love the way it looks. I believe actually in King Kong, the building he climbs is not the Empire State Building. It's supposed to be the Chrysler Building, because I think the Chrysler Building, I believe, actually existed before the Empire State Building. I'm trying to find a decent picture of it. Oh, that's a really good one. Beautiful skyline. Makes me sick to look at a picture like this, though, because seeing all these buildings, I know how tall these buildings are and how far they are away, and yet they look on the level. It's a Vertigo thing. I'm like, you know. But this is art, like Art Deco at its finest. That's why I said like the 1920s, because Art Deco comes from that era. The 1910s, 1920s, that 20-year span tends to have this kind of architecture, what's known as Art Deco. If you play Bioshock, you know Art Deco. That's what it looks like, basically. But God, it's gorgeous. I mean, the ascending, like, it's got this nice symmetry in the windows, and it's ascending. You know, it feels like a ladder going up. And then you get to this top, and instead of just making it square at the top, it's a work of art. It curves with no seams in the major silhouette. You don't even see where any of these panels really connect together. Like this right here seems to be one big piece, and it's, oh my god, it's gorgeous. The way this juts out from the overall, and then it slowly steps in until it gets to the top point, making the spire. Oh my god, it's just gorgeous. Like, look at this thing. If we zoom in here, I'm not going to get a lot of detail because it's not a high-res image. But the little windows and everything, I love how they, like, the silver gargoyles as well. Absolutely peak. They're beautiful. The windows, the way the windows transition from this, like, they have this vibe of you follow the windows up and they're square all the way up, and then when they start hitting here, they intentionally change this window design to where it starts to morph into all these triangles. You can follow the triangle angles pointing upward into the spire, and it continues to point into the sky. It's just beautiful. Or like the Seattle Space Needle, even. That's even really, like, the Space Needle is cool as fuck. Like, look at this thing. It's like somebody put a UFO on stilts. It looks incredible. Look at that skyline. That's art, you know? Tokyo Tower. That's actually one. Like, Tokyo Tower is also beautiful. It's basically a red version of the, like a red and white version of the Eiffel Tower. Now, of course, the Eiffel Tower is even more peak, because it was built even earlier than the Tokyo Tower, and it was, I mean, but look at how it just sticks out from the landscape. This is a perfect picture, actually, to describe what I'm saying about architecture. You could level this entire city and not miss it, right? Like, you could redo this entire city and not... God, the picture of Mount Fuji there is just... Oh, God, it's so nice. It's so nice. It's so pretty. But, like, I don't know mountains, you know? I've never been to an area with mountains. So I like, seeing big, tall rock, you know, makes me... Yeah. Anyway, but you can see these are all square. They're utilitarian. They're efficient. That's great. That's nice. But the parts of the city... I don't like this business district crap. Right? Like business districts annoy me, you know. This one's kind of fun. I don't mind the shape of this one, right? Because it's got sort of a bow. It's sort of softer corners. It's not just a square. They rounded the corners, and they have this little kind of cut in the middle. It seems to be flowing on the top. That's kind of nice. That's kind of fun. But all these other ones, they're just squares. All the square. Everything's a square in here, and it's just really boring. But then you have down here, you at least have some trees and stuff to break it up. And it's like, oh yeah, there's some trees, there's some buildings kind of commingling, right? There's like a park back here, I believe, if I remember correctly. There's like, see like this, but you can tell at a glance, look at this. You can tell at a glance the interesting parts of the city. Down here, who gives a fuck, right? It's just business center, it's metropolitan. Over here, you got a bunch of weirdly shaped buildings and different things. Like, okay, this feels more residential. This feels like different buildings have sprung up over time, and they're sort of, you know, renovating, whatever. This is great. I love the terrace on this one, because, yeah, it's a square building, but then it has this slope, And on this slope, you have these terraces. Like, it's just this stepping thing. And on each step, they put at least potted plants. Even if they're not a proper garden, these at least appear to be some sort of potted plants up here. So it really just tries to commingle with nature. I love that. But you can see in this image, what's the interesting parts of this? Well, one, the tower. But you have to wonder what's next to Tokyo Tower. Next to Tokyo Tower is this old, like, shrine they've got. And it's great. Like, the shrine and the tower are the two coolest things in Tokyo. The rest of it's like yes, the rest of it's very like entertain. I'm not saying entertainment wise. I'm saying visually, this is how cities should look. This with the fucking shrine, sloping roofs, shingles. Like, that's beautiful. Now, do I think it's utilitarian? No. Do I think you're gonna have to have people not get to live in things like it? Like, I would love though if they would make their skyscrapers like their old shrine and their old architecture. Can you imagine Art Deco, but with a samurai twist? So something like the Chrysler Building, but it's got a bunch of slopes and things in it. Like, there's actually a good one in. Oh my god, there's a tower in. I think it's the Great Wall. No, there's this big fuck off building in it. Yeah, this thing. I fucking love the design of the capital city thing in okay, for those that don't know the Great Wall, it's underrated. It did well in China because of course it's about the Great Wall. It's a Chinese kind of, thing. I don't know why they felt the need to put Matt Damon and Willem Dafoe in there. Like, Willem Dafoe's like, they at least didn't insert them randomly. Like, it's not like, oh, they're here to save the day. It's like, no, the Chinese got this. They've been preparing this forever. Meanwhile, but it's very cool. It's a very cool movie. I'll gush about it in a second. But they have this kick-ass tower. But look at the design of the tower. It's this big, tall. It's like a skyscraper, but it's still got that same traditional architecture, and it's beautiful. I love that. And obviously they didn't build it in the future, right? They're not in the modern age, but something like that where things are more ornate and beautiful. And I think you could get away with, like stuff like that. Okay, look at the background here. This or this, it's super ornate and that's great, but there's little crevices. It might be hard to clean. If you want to seal this in some kind of plastic afterwards to preserve it so it's easier, you can just rub a cloth over that to get the dust off and you're done. Or like coat it with some sort of plastic layer over it that's all flat, so it's more like a protective piece of glass. Like, that'd be fine. Plus, it would make it really cool and shiny and reflective looking too. But no, the Great Wall stars Matt. Okay, I hesitate to say stars. He's in it. He is kind of the main character, but it's more about these guys. But I that's the one critique I have of the Great Wall is that I wish it was more about these guys. And it's a shame we're not getting any more Great Wall movies because it's such a cool concept. Basically, a meteor fell in China like thousands of years ago, and it's an alternate history thing of people think that the Great Wall was built. Okay, the Great Wall is not really the Great Wall. A lot of people have the misconception that it was built for a singular purpose. It wasn't. It wasn't like, oh, the Mongols and the Huns and whatever were attacking, right? The Mongolians. Yeah, kind of. That's the main reason it was extended. The wall itself was not planned like that from the beginning. What it was they had a couple of passages and choke points and areas that had been attacked before where they put outposts that were basically chunks of wall. And over time, and when I say they, I mean multiple different people over hundreds of years had put up different parts of this wall. And it was like, okay, we need more wall over here, we need a little wall over there. And then finally, one of the emperors was like, all right, we have all these little disconnected walls. How about this? We do one big ass wall that you can run the entire length of. Like, you never have to get off the wall. What if we just did that? And it was like, oh shit, not a bad idea. So they did that, and then they set up braziers and everything so they could have scouts looking out over miles of nothing, because they like cut down the forest so that they could look out and see if there's enemies on the move, if there's enemies coming in towards the wall. They could say, oh shit, there's guys coming. They could light like at the beginning of Mulan, right? Now all of China knows you're here when he lights the brazier. That's the point, is so that you warn. The point is not to keep anybody out, because they know eventually a force that's clever enough or large enough will breach the wall, right? Because you can't get enough of a garrison together if you have 10,000 people attacking you, and it's only going to take them 1,000 guys to take that section of the wall is now useless, because even if you can muster the rest of your army to go stop that, one, you're leaving the rest of your kingdom unprotected. Two, you're now having to fight an enemy who has a foothold, and by the time your troops arrive, because they're miles away, right, and it takes time for an army to travel miles in a day, by that point, the enemy that's already there has set up their own choke points on your wall, and now they are keeping a foothold while more of their guys start pouring into your territory. So it becomes a problem. Anyway, that's kind of the point of the Great Wall. But in the alternate history here, the point of the Great Wall was to stop aliens, right? There was a meteor that crashed, and out came these fucking aliens that want to eat everybody. And they started attacking like clockwork. They would attack, kill some villagers, back up, attack, kill some villagers, back up. It was like every 50 years or something, or like 500 years. What is the plot of it? Great Wall movie synopsis. And I know I don't want an AI one. I want to actually read the thing. Okay, there we go. Wikipedia. Let's see. So the plot is that during the reign of Emperor Renzong, a group of European mercenaries, Matt Damon and whatever, right? Willem Dafoe was already there. So it's Matt Damon and Pedro Pascal. They're like European mercenaries. Like Pascal obviously he's from like Spain, you know, and then Damon, he's like working with him to do a thing, whatever. The idea is they need to go there. They're searching for gunpowder. This is during the invention of gunpowder. So of course the Europeans want gunpowder, so they want to like set up a trade for that. The guys in here were actually smart though. The alternate history has it where the Chinese are smart and are not willing to give up their gunpowder. Basically Matt Damon's guy, he sort of ends up stealing it. It's a whole thing. Watch the movie. It's great. Anyway, a few miles north of the wall, they are attacked by a monster. And then, you know, William Guerin and the Spaniard Pero Tovar, right? So, they sever its arm, bring it with them, then they take it to the Chinese and try to warn them. And then, of course, the guys are like, yeah, we fucking know about this. So they're called the Nameless Order. The Chinese guys that are, you know, designed for that. They're basically like color-coded dudes that are, you know, each of them has a specific task to defend the wall. And so they tell them it's a Taote, and it came from a meteor. They attack it once every 60 years, right? So I just want to make sure it wasn't like 100 years or whatever. So basically, they just kept beefing up their defenses every 60 years. And then the Great Wall. So if we look at some of the guys, also there's a great scene where they're singing like a funeral dirge. It's this amazing like thing with the beating drums and shit. It sounds awesome. And you have all these great costumes that are all handmade. They genuinely had military guys too. So they used China does this thing a lot where, since they need precision for a lot of extras for big movies, they'll use military guys, like actual Chinese military soldiers, to, you know, do that with. And they'll have them come be extras in movies because they already know how to take direction and listen to orders and things. And so in particular, they needed guys who knew how to move in formation and stuff. And so they got those guys, they got some reenactors to teach them how to move with the sticks and everything. And the reason they're color-coded is basically the guys in black are commanders, right? So he's like the head guy, he's the general of all the other generals. Then you have I believe they're called the Sparrows. So you have the chicks in blue, they're an all-female league. And the reason for that is that they jump over the side of the wall with not katanas, but like swords and spears and shit. Or I don't think they do swords. I think they just do big spears. They jump over the side of the wall with a tether on them, and then they start stabbing dudes. It's a great thing. I won't tell you all the little secrets of what they do. That's just one of them. They have a whole thing. Each one of these color codes, like purple, you've got purple, gold, black, red, and blue. Each one of them has their own deal, right? Each one of them has their own point, right? In the defense, they're designed to do something different. And it's just great. But yeah, that's what the Sparrows do. And then there's a couple other divisions, right? But it's a great movie. Anyway, but that tower and everything, that's what I want to see in architecture. I am so over boring-ass architecture. You know? It's just, oh, man. It's like, you can make really cool architecture. But, of course, that requires an investment, and of course, you know, nobody wants to do investments. They want to just, oh yeah, this will be enough. We'll just put everything in a square because it's cheap, and it's efficient and it makes sense. Like, it's fine, but where's the artistry, bro? Like, you could burn down the business district of New York, and I would not really give a fuck. There's not a lot of those buildings I would care to save. You know, the Chrysler Building, the Empire State Building, those are exceptions from an earlier period where art was taken seriously in the city. And that's not to discredit any architects nowadays that try to make beautiful buildings. You know, because there are some that have really nice lobbies and stuff. There are some on the inside that look better than they do on the outside, you know. But again, they're very plain, they're very simple, they're very boring. They're very utilitarian. And I have nothing against utilitarian design. I don't have any problem with that. It's when you cross the line into brutalist architecture. Then I don't mind brutalist architecture even, right? There's a place for that. Like, if I see brutalist architecture, I go, oh, that's the FBI building. That's Quantico. I know what this looks like. This is... Government buildings are, like, blast-proof. You know, that's why they're designed that way. Heavy concrete with windows sunk into the thing so the windows can't just get broken out or whatever. It's, you know... There's at least a purpose, a point there. Nowadays, the point is just... How much money can we save if we skimp on windows so our guys don't get any vitamin D while they're sitting in their cubicle? It's like, what the fuck, man? Just so silly. Like, especially the idea of having windows that don't open. Like, I get it. You don't want windows falling out. Like, you don't want guys being able to jump out of the skyscraper. But, you know, it's like, come on, man. Just, like, shit. Open the windows once in a while. Shit. I don't know. Let the air in. Cross breed going, but the that's the thing, you know, it's just I want things to be pretty, right? Because I'm gonna live in a dystopian hellscape. That's the problem with our dystopia is a really boring one. We don't have the fun dystopia. We don't have the V for Vendetta. Like, actually, we very closely resemble the V for Vendetta dystopia of, you know, the like V, and he's fighting the party and all this, and they're all dictatorial and fascist, you know. It's, you know, like, we have the really boring one that's just like, yeah, there it is. And that's because Alan Moore wrote that specifically to be like, yeah, this is how dystopia and fascism actually works, is it just sucks, you know. What you usually get with dystopia is paperwork, cold calculated efficiency, normality of things that really should not be normalized, right? It's just, you know, oh, more wildfires, more genocide, more problems. That's the system. What are you gonna do? Like, that's the thing that pisses me off. So when people just, that's the world. It's like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, I'm not some, like, tree-hugging hippie who has ultimate optimism. I'm like, yeah, man, we can make the future better. Like, yeah, that guy died a long time ago, okay? That guy died the moment that I could read and comprehend what was going on around me. So when I was about 10, I was like, oh, yeah, this fucking blows. I'm just gonna try and sit in my corner and do my art, you know? And it's not on any one particular person to try to save the world, right? It's a group effort. We all have to participate. It's all one big hubbub. Ooh. I need water. I've been yapping for an hour. But yeah, man, if we're like, we don't get cyberpunk. Like, a lot of people want like the cyberpunk. Like, damn, if I'm gonna be in a dystopia, can I have cool cyborg dystopia with, you know, robot parts and stuff? Nah, you don't even get that one. You just get the 9-to-5 grind. Yeah. Like, god damn it, man. It's so shit. There's, like, no expression in this century. And the only thing is, like, the only thing about expression now is that people express shit they really shouldn't be expressing. Like, they express inside thoughts. They make inside thoughts outside thoughts. You know? Let's not do that. Keep shit to yourself sometimes, guys. You know? Oh, be free. Not that free. Okay, there's a limit. There's a certain limit of zaniness, you know, that people can handle. Alright, what do we got here? Okay, we need sandstone from the looks of it. And we need planks too. So we gotta find the plank maker. Should get some water first though. I am thirsty boy. What do we got? Okay, that's for the pickaxe. Getting turned into some kind of Egyptian style axe. That's cool. Yeah, crocodiles in the Nile. Nice. Hello, little crocodile. Come on. There it is. Okay. We're getting some good sandstone now. So we got all the way back around. What do we got here? Planks! Fantastic. Okay, what do we need for planks here? Should we upgrade this one first? Okay, we need... What do we need for planks? We're gonna need 120, 120. So yeah, it would probably give me 120 as well. So we should just make as many as we can. I need to go get some water. Just keep making them. Not bad on the sandstone. We can get at our current rate, one harvest is worth about 168-ish. So we get about 200 on each harvest. That's not too bad. There you go. Oh, we got a little hut. Neat. There you go. Be enough. Damn it. Need more trees. Right. Okay. There we are. Okay, what do we got here? Oh, it's a Khopesh. Nice. Wait. Which one's gonna be... Yeah, that's the axe now, right? Or is that the... No, that's the sword. Right? I guess this is supposed to be the axe. Okay. I was like, what's what here? I'm just getting real confused. Yeah, the Khopesh is the sword. Because Khopesh is a sword. Yeah, makes sense. I'm wasting some planks here, but it's okay. It'll get us somewhere even cooler. I hope. I really hope. Is this whole thing just water? Yeah, we're like building the Nile, basically. Dry land is not a myth. I've seen it. Give Costner, Waterworld. I love Cable Guy. I think I need to get that. I don't think I have that on DVD. What the fuck? There's an alien just fucking circling the place. What the fuck was that? He's listening to like techno tunes up there. That's hilarious. That's actually wild. I love it. Oh, wait, I wonder if here we're gonna get a crocodile. Because it's Egypt. Ah, yeah, it's got little eye stalker bits, yeah. It's more like a crocodile, I bet. God, if it didn't cost me anything to die, I'd go die to it just to see if it is a crocodile. Okay. Go this way. Yeah, what's this guy want for stones? Oh, you can trade regular stones for sandstones. That's pretty tight. Because we can get a lot of regular stones over on Woodroom in like 3 seconds from mining. We get like 20,000 in 2 seconds. Nice. But you can also just spend some time mining here. I don't see what the conversion rate there is. I don't see what the point is. Like, you give him some stuff. I give him 40,000 stones to get 100 there, but I can just mine a bunch here and it would take the same amount of time. You're not really gaining anything. Ow! Fucking shithead. Don't bite me. Yeah, dickhead baby crocodile. Alright, need more planks. 8 mega planks. We need planks on planks on planks. All the planks in the world. There you go. Okay. There we go. We're going relatively quick on this planet. We haven't upgraded anything yet, but, you know, these things take time. There we go. Ooh, treasure. Okay, so that's the dead end. Back the other way. Yeah, definitely the axe needs to be upgraded first, because we need planks. Okay, is this is the axe. So we need 120 on planks. We don't need a lot more. Gotta harvest a lot more trees for that one. Yeah, alright. Suppose I'll use this here, see what we can get. Alright, that's for the armor. Yeah, we're gonna need more planks anyway. It's not like those planks are particularly wasted. Come on. Here we go. And here we are. Where are we going now? What do we got? I hope we get to build a pyramid. That'd be cool. What the hell did I just pick up? Salt? Probably salt. Alright. Let's see. What is that? It's salt? What is that? Yeah, it is salt. Thought so. Salt time. Yep. Yeah, I'm in there. Alright. Ooh, big pile of salt. Free salt! Woo! Now if I could get some free planks, that'd be nice. I love the funky Egyptian music. Got a little bit of a beat to it. Fun. Just trying to see how far I can get before I really need to upgrade. Because we're going to get into grinding like that, I am going to need to go get water in a second. But, like I said, I want to explore a bit. first. See what we can see. And then go from there. Ugh, not much on the salt right now. Really go for the bigger one, but I want to see what's over here. Okay. Damn, I need more salt deposits. That's what I'm looking for. I can farm salt better. Uh-oh. Okay, now. I was saving the game while I was killing the crocodile, so the game kind of stopped. It got confused, so I was like, whoa, 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 hold on. What the fuck are you doing? Who the hell said you could kill a crocodile while I'm saving? You know? It's like fucking Balls of Fury when he's got the cricket, you know? What'd you do that for? Why'd you take the cricket from my hand? What the hell told you to take the cricket from my hand? Put it back. That is my lucky cricket. Just the blind fucking... Oh my god, Wong. Wong in Balls of Fury is one of the funniest characters ever. Such a good movie. Come on, I need more deposits here. I'm not getting enough salt. Give me that salt. Oh, come on, man. I didn't want a fishmonger. I wanted salt. Okay. At least this got done with, so now we only have one way to go with the salt. Smacky, smacky. Okay, that'll get me through. What's next? Holy shit, Gollum. Big old Gollum boy, that's what's next. Yeah, this guy's tough. Well, he's also a boss, so yeah, like a mini boss. Eat it. I win, you lose, haha. So basically, if I wanted more salt, I should have gone this way. That would have been the better thing to do. I'm just an idiot. Oh, it's a Cleopatra. Oh no, she wants her house. Don't worry, Cleopatra. I am an architect. Okay. Okay, turn sandstone into rock. Sure. Yeah, get some slabs. Return the slab. Okay. There you go. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and fill this in. Just so one, it's easier to walk, and two, there might be more trees. Yep, that's what I was hoping for. Free the settlers by defeating the stone giant. Yeah. Some of these achievements come in a little late. Might be the tick rate between the game and Steam. You know, it's got to update at certain intervals. Okay, more planks. How are we doing on planks? We'll get there. Okay, so I'm gonna just leave this for a second. I'm gonna go get some water. Just pause real quick. Be fine. Alright. I will be right back. Stay tuned. We return! Back to it, BP! You know, planks. We got the planks. We don't have the sandstone, but we have the planks. Alright. Smack, smack, smack. There you go. Smack. Smack, smack, smack. What time is it? 9 o'clock. Not too bad. So we got a nice hour and a half stream in so far. Started later than I wanted to, but I was busy today. We're running about town, you know, doing things. Okay. Make a few more planks. Still don't have enough stone? God damn. How much more stone do you want, dude? Okay, there you go. Good lord. Cool. Yeah. Okay, about 1,000, then I'll do it. What else you want? You want greens and slabs and planks. My cord's getting stuck. Okay, what do you want? You want we get more rocks. Need some sandstone. I just love the term sandstone because it's so direct, right? It's not like some scientific name, you know, like iron or steel, copper, whatever. You know, and I'm sure these words have meaning in some way related to how they were used. But I like sandstone because it's so natural. Sandstone. Okay, what kind of stone is it? It's sandstone, right? So what does that mean? Well, it's self-explanatory. It's a stone, and it's made of sand. Like, we have a bunch of sand, so even our rocks are made out of sand. It's not like a regular rock, it's a sand rock. Sandstone. Easy peasy. We call it a day. So she wants me to rebuild the Nile for her, is basically what the game's getting at. That's the narrative element right now. Ooh, sleight of hand axe. Nice. Alright, so we're back on sleight of hand. That's good. We'll get rid of gem collector. So our sleight of hand is pretty good right now for everything. Especially with the axe. It's going to help a lot with making planks. That's been our slowest thing for a while. We're getting somewhere, boys. We're getting somewhere. This way. Probably wasting all this sandstone when I could be upgrading my tools, but tomato, tomato. We're gonna have to do this eventually. Might as well do it now, and then upgrade our shit later. Do it till we run out of resources. Nope, there's the aliens again. Now they've abducted a cow. What the fuck, man? That's goofy as hell. I love it. I just like they put a little nod to the conspiracy theorists that are like, ancient Egypt was made by aliens. Like, no, the fuck it wasn't, okay? That's literally the plot to Stargate. Stop it. Like, if you were... Okay, if your conspiracy theory sounds... Oh, okay, I thought I smacked her in the head. If your conspiracy theory sounds like the plot to a science fiction story, right? Then you done fucked up somewhere. Like, nobody's gonna take it seriously, because it's like, isn't that the plot to Stargate? Isn't that the plot to insert whatever thing here? It's like, well, yeah, but it's true. It's like, it's true even though somebody wrote a fictional thing that's even more plausible than the thing you're claiming. Like, even your conspiracy theory doesn't sound logical compared to a completely fictional world. Like, brother. Okay, we gotta go this way to get cotton, maybe? I don't know. Let's see, sword. Yeah, we could do sword, but I want to get the planks and all that. upgraded. Get the axe going. The axe and the pick. We need greenstone. Where do we get greenstone from? Probably best to wait on that and just get the axe powered up. Yeah, the axe and pickaxe going. Bunga bung bung bunga bunga bung. Damn it. Get there. I love the way the alligators swim when you watch them. Look at him. Like, he's not really swimming, he's just kind of walking on the bottom. That's funny. It's just cute. A lot of things in this game are cute. They have good animations and stuff. Just simple, yet wholesome. I love it. Okay, that's a better pick for sure. Alright, we see some planks. Oh, having sleight of hand axe back, so much better. God, it's so much better. It's like twice as fast. It's not significantly fast, but it's like relatively speaking, it's fast. I think that's the, yeah, that's a, yeah. Okay, maybe more planks there if we can upgrade the sword. What do we get here? Put some ceramics there. What do you want? Okay, you want the... Looks like feathers or something? Or geodes made in some kind of paste? I don't know. I don't know what they're getting at. Whatever it is, it's this way. Ah, ceramics. My nightmare. It's like Odysseum all over again. I mean, it's not bad. There's a decent amount of ceramics around here to harvest in a big circle, but... still. By the time I'm done on one end, I can get to the other. That's pretty good. Up to 1K, and all we had to do was circle it twice. You actually got about 2K out of that. Just did 2 loops. Not bad. So 900 a loop. Too bad. That's our, seems to be our upper limit. Oh, this one's so close. Damn you. There you go. Alright, now we're back to wood over here. Some ceramics there. Let's just do a loop for the ceramic, because that'll get me enough. Yeah, it'll be enough. Okay, I can't break those. I was thinking I could break those, maybe they'd be worth more because they're a different color, but no. They're just normie pots. They're just chilling. Moving on. Got 4,000 wood. Alright, I gotta go harvest some wood. This is ridiculous. Die, trees. Try and get in the middle here. Probably could just slash it. I probably had enough distance, but whatevs. There you go. Alright, 900 there. The other one's like 1,000 or whatever. No, the other one's like 4,000. And that 4,000, that must be the place we're trying to go, the dungeon. It's 4,000, that's a lot of tree. That's a whole mess of tree, that's what that is. next go around so we can get all of them. 3K so far, not bad. But we need over 4,000, not just 4,000. So it's gonna take a minute. Should really get this axe leveled up before I continue doing all this. Yeah, that means we need planks. I have to waste all the things I just cut down just for planks, and we have to go get 6,000 green rocks for that. Like 6,000 uranium, I guess, would be the what they're getting at. Yeah, that's a lot, man. Alright, 4,000, 4,100, 42, 43. Okay. 4,300. That'll work. This better be the thing I'm here for, because 4,000 is insane. Yeah, so it's like a whole farm. Ah, bees! Not the bees! Okay, you want milk. Ooh, free planks. Alright. Not that many planks, but, you know, free planks. Yeah, I'll take it. Okay, that's a different thing. It has nothing to do with nothing. Ooh, wow, you can get a good bit off that, and it chops down first try. Nice. 500 in this area alone. Ain't too bad. Not the bees! Okay. Filling all this in with a house, I guess. There's a good bit to harvest over here now. Not the bees! Okay. God, the fucking bees are crazy. I don't know if they're supposed to be locusts, maybe, because the plagues of Egypt. You'd think it'd be locusts. Probably are locusts. There seems to be a farmer that doesn't have a crop. So it's probably that the locusts came and ate all his shit. Damn it. How far have we gotten? 4%! Well, okay, to be fair, there's like 8 dungeons here, so each dungeon's gonna count towards that percentage. I have to remember that. So, yeah, yeah. My little universe has this thing where it's not about unlocking landmass, it's more about getting through dungeons and stuff, because each of those are a big chunk of the percentage. Looks like I got some reeds. Damn it! Some bamboo shoots. Ah, crocodile! Goddamn crocodiles, I swear. Swear to God, the game's giving me less XP. Maybe that's its way of incentivizing me to do double XP from the fishmonger. But I don't wanna. I just wanna vibe. I don't wanna stop the fish just to min-max my XP gains. Yeah, shit. Okay, we do have to level up before we can do any more reeds. That's fine. It's not really where I was trying to go anyway. Okay. Trying to go this way. First dungeon? First dungeon. Oh, it's like a tomb. Like a pharaoh's tomb. We're gonna fight King Tut. That'd be kind of fun. I mean, to be fair, it wouldn't really be fun. Dude died when he was like 14. Sucks to suck. Yeah, man. There you go. Oh, okay, cool. We're right back around to the starter island. Okay. We're gonna need more planks for all this. 180 apiece seems to be the idea. I'm just double checking. So 3 times 18. Ah, shit. My brain. Well, 3 times 10 is 30, so 300, and then 3 times 8 is 24, so 240. 3240? Is that what I'm getting at? 180 by 3, 0, 4, carry the 2, 3, and then. Fuck is my brain at? No, 3 times. Yeah, it's 18, 18, 36. Another 18 is like. No, 20 minus 2. So 56 minus 2, 54. Yeah. So 540. Not even close to 13. I don't know where the fuck I was getting that 13 from. My brain is fried today, if you can't tell. Yeah. Didn't get a lot of sleep last night. It was kind of up and down. I was like, yeah. You know. Woke up early by some damn scam calls. Like, I had to get up and make phone calls anyway, but, you know. I didn't scam calls calling me like an hour before my alarm was supposed to go off. And it's the world, though. That's how it works. Can't have a moment's peace nowadays. If you ever could, you know. Okay, it's only like 540. Which means, what's the ratio here? To upgrade all of our gear, it's going to take 16 to 2, so 8 to 1. So 8 times 540. So 8 times 540, 4,000. 8 times 40 is 36. 8,360. Wait. 5 times 8. Yeah. So like 4,000 something. So 4,500-ish. How to do it. I'm gonna go to the other area because I can get like 500 instantly off of this place. Oh, not that. The freaking... Oh, good. Now the bees are here. No, the axe. Stupid. The axe. Thank you. Is this tile different? Yeah, it's kind of just floating down here, isn't it? Weird. Not that big! Yeah, each of those is worth like 50 apiece, so... A good bit of wood, that's for sure. So I'm getting these so we can get the planks going, and then I'm going to go harvest all the green rocks that we need on another planet. Gotta figure out what planets have them. Thinking... I don't think it was on the last planet we were on that had a good one, but there was like a good mine somewhere. Maybe Windrum? No. No, not Windrum. Windrum is kind of meh. I'm gonna get like 5,000. That'll give me enough planks for what I want to do. And if I have some left over, that's fine. We're definitely need planks later on anyway. So nice 5,000. So it's good we have this unlocked at least, so we can farm it properly. Get some real shit going. All right. And there we go. 5,200. Not bad, not bad. So throw up some planks off of that. 650. All right. Let's see. Where can we go for some green rocks? Well, there's green rocks here. You just... They might be in the mine even, but then you'd have to keep venturing through the mine. Yeah, it's not in Dragon Nora. Odysseum, I think, had some green rocks. I just can't remember where. It wasn't in the underworld. Wasn't in the Cyclops mine. It just sucks because the portals to these things don't tell you what's in them. There. Okay. There's some green rock over that side. Okay, so from where I'm at, I need to go... Yeah, I'm in the market. So if I go down... I can't go around, though. I'll take a boat. I will need a boat. Damn, I'm almost one-tapping these guys. Hello, boatman. Give me a boat. Boating across the USA. Alright, we go around that. So, this way. Bring it around town. That's free jewels. I'm not passing up free jewels. Even if I don't need them, I want them. Because later, I'm probably going to need them. Because this game is silly like that. It's like, oh, here's this resource. Comes back around, enjoy it. It's like, what? Fuck you. I don't want it. Here we go. This should farm relatively quick, at least. Oh, yeah, we got... Let's see. How much can we get from the whole place? I don't know, we had, like, a certain amount when we started. I'm just gonna clear it out, and then we'll run the math. Look like we got, like, 2,000 maybe, or at least 1,000? I don't know. Oh, the problem is it's so ungodfully slow. Alright, so we had 4.1, so we just minus 4.1 from whatever we have after. That's not bad. So we got 6K, 4.1, so that's like 1.9. Yeah, no, it's basically 2K. Wow. That shouldn't be too hard. I want to get, if I get like 20,000, that ought to be enough to get all three upgraded. Because I think it's like 6,000 a piece. If it's 6,000 a piece, then we only need like 18,000. But if we get 20, that should be enough. Here we go. Ah. Okay. It's actually going quite fast. Glad I came here. Like, it's not stupid fast, but it's fast enough. If we get 1K at a time, then we're getting about 2K at a time, so approximately 2K at a time, it'll, you know, it'll get there eventually. There we are. Almost there, and then we can head back. So we're technically there already, I just want to make sure I got a little extra. As a buffer, because my math might be wrong. We're doing this anyway, so we just need 500 more. Not too bad. I think this actually went faster than the tree harvesting that we did. Actually, no, I don't know. I don't know which one was faster. Alright, so 21.4. Not too bad. Bye-bye, bitches. Alright, back around we go. To the portal. So we can get the fuck out of here. Alright. Where the fuck am I? You think this is my island? Yeah. Bang! Look at all that money just popping up. Bang! Free money! Woo! Now imagine if money, like, making money was that easy. Holy shit. You just go smack a bunch of dudes in the head and you get money. I mean, that's kind of the Mafia's deal. It's kind of how insurance works. You just go threaten people, and then, you know, you're ashamed if something happened here. You got a nice store, you know? Alright, that's the axe. And, sword. Shit, we need slabs. Now I gotta get stone slabs. Okay, how many stone slabs am I gonna need? 23 apiece, so we need enough for... the 23, 46. I got 4. I'll make 2, and then we'll just, you know, figure out what the ratio is. Eat me. Alright, where's my stone maker? It's over here. Somewhere. Where's the stones? This way. Okay, so this makes it at a rate of 15 to 1, so I should be able to make this right now. Yeah, there you go. I have enough slabs. And then... our shit's upgraded, so we can actually go do the bamboo now. While we're waiting on the slabs. Turn the slab. Ah, God. Bees. Bees and alligators. Okay, we got sandstone slabs. While we're doing that, we'll just sit over here and farm some bamboo. We will bamboozle this game. Alright. I want to get this done first, though, because it's so close. I want to see what this next tile is going to be. It looks like it's just going to be a treasure tile. Yep, treasure tile. Okay, oh, that's fine. Good that it's dead end. I didn't want to do any more farming in this area anyway. Want to get on with my day. Let me out! Let me in! Let me in! Alright. Labs are done. Let's go back and get some more upgraded stuff. Get me a new sword and a new pick. Sword. And a new pickaxe. Sweet. So what are we doing next? Bamboo, sandstone, and planks. Okay. So I'm not going to harvest all that right now. I'm going to just move on. See what we can find in here. What do we got in the tomb? What the fuck is that? More sand? What is this? Ooh, ceramics. Not bad. Not a bad little collection. Of course, it's not going to be enough to actually go through here properly, because the game hates me, but we'll make it work. Okay. Let's see what we can get from this area. So all of this is worth 600. Well, 599, but who's counting? 600, not bad. Enough to keep going like one at a time here, at least. Of course, it's getting a little steeper on the cost. Who's that, the bitch? Itchy face. It comes back quickly enough, so there's that. Even if I'm not getting a great amount off it, it comes back fast enough. by the time I'm done with the whole room right now and I run back over here, it's ready to be harvested again. Yeah, so it's actually not too bad. As these dungeons go, this is one of the easier ones. Because it's so far not asking for the freaking moon in resources. Come on, headset. Work with me. I always turn my head to check and see the light. Because the light is obviously going to the power, so if I'm a Fritz there, you know, I know it's not working just yet. Yeah. 400. There we go. Are we there yet? Jesus, it's taking a while. I mean, it's not hard to gather the resources to keep moving forward. It's just that there's a lot of tiles. But if you have less tiles, you have more resources per tile, so 6 of one, a half dozen the other. It's always just going to be an annoyance either way. I think the things that are attacking me now are locusts. They look like big bugs, you know? Okay. Looks like we're getting somewhere. Similar to DPL. What do we got? Bounty Hunter, Berserker, Superiority. Yeah. Don't want Superiority. Not actually that useful to me. Go away. There we go. Okay. Damn it. Damn it. Oh, it's taking a while. How fucking far are we in this? Okay, 34% in the arable lands. So I need about, let's see, 750, 600, 1350 minus 2, so about 1200. So I might as well just run back here and mine all of it and then move on. Instead of trying to just mine a little bit here and there. We'll just mine the whole way back. Make a run of it. And the shit really comes back quick, don't it? Might as well grab it on the way back, too. Maximize the run. Okay. Which way, Western Man? Looks like that way is going to be a dead end, so we'll just go ahead and finish this. Oh, no, wait. No, there's something more around the corner here. Okay, what about this way? Got a block of some sort. Gonna need that. I'm seeing what I think is a scale on that side. Okay. I don't know where I'm even taking that. I don't know why I bothered picking it up. I don't know where I'm going with it. It's still a mystery. There we go. There you are. Alright. much are we doing? 2 hours? Not bad. Not bad. Keep checking the time. I'm kind of tired. Like I said, I want to maybe watch a movie. And this is clearly going to take us a while anyway. It's just one of those things that I feel like it's going to ramp up quickly at the end. I don't know what's making me think that, but that's just how the universe is with me. Every time I think I got something unlocked, it's like, yeah, nope. Shit changed again. Like, fuck. You know, I think I got the rhythm of this game, and then it's going to be like the last hour just flies by, you know. It's like, oh yeah, you have 2 planets to go? Here, boom. Fucking done and done. But there's like 8 dungeons on this planet, so it's not going to go quickly. We definitely got another stream of this to go. Not to mention we got to pick up all these things eventually, wherever we missed them. Had to go back for them and get enough to move on forward and get the other characters unlocked. Okay. Okay, 900. Might as well just get it before I go over there. No point if I don't have the ceramics to back it up. I keep saying ceramics, it's clay, but, you know, you get the idea. Speaking of which, there's some hiding in the corner. Free resources, BB. One of my favorite memes is the thing from Lazy Town where Robbie Rotten is like, he's like the bad guy in the show. Lazy Town was the whole show. Like, I'm sure people know Lazy Town from the memes, but Lazy Town was unironically a decent show. It was a show about kids being fit and the idea of like encouraging kids to be, you know, go out and get exercise and how to work out and be strong and all that, which is cool. You know, they had like the main character was some girl that was, you know, supposed to be sort of a stand-in for the audience of like, she's tempted to be lazy and eat junk food and whatever, because there's Robbie Rotten, who's the bad guy. He's always trying to, you know, he's always trying to convince the main character to, you know, just be gluttonous and lazy and whatever, you know, just be lazy, as the name of the, you know, the name of the show suggests, lazy, you know, it's like Lazy Town. But the, you know, Sporticus is the opposite of him. You know, he's the hero, and he wants to encourage people to be fit and all that, you know, doing one-handed push-ups and handstands and shit, right, showing that physicality is good and what it can do for you. So yeah, it's a neat show. But there's a particular episode where he's trying to get the kids to eat junk food. And I say kids, I mean there's like the main girl, and then there's the other guy who's, oh god, we're back to a puzzle now. We're on House Da Vinci again, turning shit till it works. But there's like this little puppet guy. So it's like the 3 main characters are real people, and then there's like this puppet dude that's best friends with the main character. Kind of weird. I don't know why there's a puppet, but there's like other puppet characters to fill in. I'm like, all right, cool. So there's this episode he's trying to, you know, get him hooked on ice cream, and he comes up with this whole big thing. It's like this big ice cream cone stacked like 7 scoops high with chocolate syrup and all that. And obviously it's fake. It's not like a real ice cream thing. It's like made of plastic, but it's painted up to look like it's, you know. And so he's giving it to himself. He's playing both the guy selling it and the guy getting it, and it's like, how much you want for it? Oh, nothing. It's completely free. Free? And then it just, the meme is that he goes free, and then it freeze frames, and it puts like a little hat and hammer and sickle flag in the background, starts singing the fucking communist anthem. I just love it. It's so fucking funny. Alright. God. Come on now. Thank God we got a lot of hay from the last time we did some farming. Oh, you don't even have to farm any of this. You just walk forward. It's great. I love stockpiling resources for the future. Yeah. Preparedness. Tell you what, get me a new job. First thing I'm doing, buying me Costco membership. Get some good deals at Costco. You know, even if you just go for like toilet paper or whatever, you can get a fucking lot of that, you know. Or wheat. Ah, so you turn wheat into milk. Interesting. Okay, gonna keep on filling this in until we finish her up. Looks like that's making a shortcut back around. There's more guys that want to do milk. It's not a bad ratio, actually. Seems to be, what, 1,000 to 2? 500 to 1. Yeah, so 1,000 to 2. So 500 to 1, and I can harvest, I don't know, let's see, let's use up all of what I got here. I get 9 out of there. 105, okay, so I had like 104, bang. 209, so each patch is worth 105. Something like that. So I harvest 5 patches, I get, you know, 1 thing of milk. Not too bad. I just want to make a nice even 10 before we continued. Looking for like clusters. The only problem with this place is none of this wheat is particularly clustered. You got a bunch right here, but they just kind of roll up one side and down the other. That's usually the technique for wheat harvesting on this planet. As opposed to grease. Grease would be not too bad. The exchange rate is probably not so great. But then again, I can also just take a bunch of my money and just go buy a bunch of wheat if I really need milk that badly. Yeah, I just need a lot for moving forward here. Like I said, each crop is only like 100 payout. You definitely want to use the big farm when you can. Oh, look at that. The 10 bucket milk. I'm a genius, dude. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, big wasp boy, don't like me. Yeah, your creepy little 3-fingered hands. Okay, got some more scraps there. Teleportation. Should we go back here, see if I'm missing a star or something? I don't know, missing some wheat though. Some free wheat right there. I don't think I'm missing anything. Again, we'll be coming back through these dungeons for like a walkthrough probably, just to finish off, be like, where the fuck are these things? You know? To find them. Okay. Okay, so yeah, we're pretty much done. Time to head back out. So that's one dungeon down. Not too bad. He needs some milk, and we got some milk. That works. Where am I going? What's up here? Oh, this is just background of plateau. Ah, there we go. Yeah, see, if you just double back and check these things out, you'll find what you missed. It's just, I didn't want to with the other planets. I just wanted to move forward so we'd be done with the game eventually. Might be something to do in the next stream, is spend like an extra hour at the end just getting all the costumes to sort of 100% the game. Alright, head mega. Sweet. Alright, this guy wanted the thing we found. The milk container or whatever. Ah, cool, now we can get milk from this guy. At a rate of 125 to 1. So whatever thing we're harvesting here. Like lilies or something. What is that? What's it supposed to be? This thing. Oh, it's rice. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. So it's like a rice paddy. It's like a bed for growing rice. Because rice grows in submersion, and then the stalks grow up out of the water. That's what makes rice, you know, so quick growing and all that. Is designed to absorb lots of moisture very quickly, and you know, there you go. Okay, 265. So, God, what a rate on the milk. 125 a piece. Eek. Okay. So, not only do we need milk, we need that too. So we have to take what we would make with the milk and then put it back. Alright. So we'll just fill this up, and then we'll do the math for the milk after. We'll just go harvest a bunch of rice. And I guess you could make milk. Well, yeah, no, we're feeding the rice to the cow. That's what's making the milk. Okay. I mean, technically, I think you could squish rice into a, you know, into some sort of paste or liquid form. The sucks I don't have a bigger sword hit. Make harvesting this really nice, because if I had, you know, 4 or 5 of those sword abilities, I could aim at the whole field and just keep knocking it down from one position. Instead of rocking back and forth like I'm doing. Just spinning in circles. Hope nobody gets sick. Alright. This one. Good. And, sorry, any other ones I gotta fill up? This one? Yeah, this one needs rice. Anybody else? No, looks like I filled up all the rice. Okay. So we need to convert all the rice to 2, 4, 6. Seems to be the right amount. Oh, wait. Oh, 8. Because we need this one. Okay. That works. So we need 8 of those. To do one of these is 125, so 8 times 125. 8 times 100, 800, 8 times 25, 200, so 1,000. We need to get 1,000 rice for this. Unbelievable. Okay, so that's like 84, 93, and 120. So basically, one harvest of this entire field will get you one thing. So we need to harvest the field 10 times, essentially. Or the equivalent thereof. It's just that these spring back so fast, there's no point running to the other side of the field, because you're just wasting time running. And yes, I'm min-maxing my frickin' movements, alright? Game makes you start thinking like that when every single resource is for upgrading and all that. I was just, no. You'll start thinking like that. Kind of the point. You gotta do some grinding. So 1,000 ought to do it whenever we can get that. We're already up to 600. We've only been here about, what, 20 seconds? Not bad. Alright, 1,000. That'll be enough. This way. 8 bits of milk. We'll do this one first. Oh, they're happy now. They give me a thumbs up. Cool. I mean, I'd be happy if a dude built me a house and gave me food. Like, that'd be pretty chill. I think that guy was pretty tough, too. Oh, man, there was another one? Shit. Shit on it. Okay. Alright, so we need 2 more milks, and then the rest we need to harvest for rice. 2 more milks. Oh my god, that means I have to harvest the field twice. Okay, we need 250. Come on. 250. Let's go. There it is. So 250 for the milk. And then we need like another 180 to freaking finish it off. It's not that much. I just didn't see that other house, you know? I think I put some in already, but I'm just gonna get 180 to be on the safe side. To be sure. Okay, we're around the entire village here. This one. That one. That should be the last of it. Yep. Okay, cool. So now... Oh, she wants a throne now. She wants me to rebuild her palace. No, I need sandstone. I'm losing my mind. Goddamn fishmonger, get out of the way. Yep, come on. There you go. I don't know how many you need. I'm just gonna get like 1,000 and then make some planks after. There we are. Cool. Okay. Where am I going? I don't know. When you get back to the main island, it's a lot easier to harvest the sandstone on the main island. Should definitely look at upgrading the pick and the axe and all that again. I think I'm reaching that point where I need meh. Yeah, because I need sandstones anyway, so they're all green, so that means they all share the same recipe. 270 and 34. Yeah. Okay. 270 planks apiece, meaning what? 3 times 27. My brain's stopping. That'd be 90 minus 6. No, 90 minus 9, so 80, 81. Yeah, sounds about right. $270 planks at a rate of God knows how much. The hell is your ratio? 16 to 2, so 8 to 1. 8 times whatever plank count you have. So that's 810 planks times 8. So that's 3,608. It's like 3,700 wood. Which isn't a lot, but still. Yeah. Honestly, the best place to harvest the wood to make these planks would be over at the farm. There's a very nice grouping of trees here. Getting Discord notifications here. Doesn't seem to be anything important. I didn't get any DM notifications on my phone. Yeah, no. I'll check on that later. I'm in the stream here soon anyway. It's like... Yeah, we'll get like 3 hours in, maybe. And go from there. I'm just getting as much done as I can. I mean, we jumped. We were earlier, we were at 4%. Now we're at 16%. That's what happens when you go through a dungeon. I mean, the dungeons themselves take like fucking 20 minutes, but... After that, you are pretty golden. So we only need about 4,000 for this amount of planks that I do. Yep. Okay, 4,000 should be enough. Will that be enough? It's not like 500, right? Yeah, my brain just did the math there. 4,000 divided by 8 is 500. So it's like 512. That's not enough. How the what is wrong with my fucking brain? No, I need 8,000. Why am I thinking 4,000 was going to be enough? I need to make twice as many, like, I need to get twice as many pieces of wood as I have right now. I need, like, 80 fucking, what was it? It was like 81 times whatever the fuck. It's like 270, it's like 810 planks. So you take that and multiply that by 8. Oh, yeah, no, because I was thinking... Why was I thinking 36? No. 8 times 8 is not 36. My brain is fried. It's not 36. 8 times 8 is like 54. Right? Because 8 times 10 would be 80. You go down 8, that's 72. You go down another 8. Yeah, 64. 8 times 8 is 64. Okay. 8 times 7 is like 56. Yeah, we need to get like 64. So we'll get like 7,000. That'll be a nice point to go make the planks at. That should give us enough to work with. We get like 500 out of every batch here. Too shabby. Okay. Superiority of axe. Don't need it. Get rid of it. Where are all my decent fucking rolls, man? I'm not getting anything like super anymore. It's pissing me off. We just got the speed upgrade on the axe ability, which is good, but still. Okay. Moving on. Now we can do the planks. Jesus. 900 planks. That'll work. That'll be more than enough. Okay, and then we need the sandstone. We need 34 apiece on that. 34 times 3. 12, carry the 1. 3 times 3, 9. So 10, so like 100 some odd of these things. Okay. And they run at a rate of 15 to 1. So 15 times 100. We need 1,500 rocks. So we're actually not that far off. So I need about 1,000 more. I'll go ahead and grab those from the main island because it's easier to get all these sandstones. They're in better groupings than the other ones. I don't see if these are any good. I don't think so. I don't think I get as much out of these. Oh, actually, I get more out of these. Oh, wow. No, these are actually really good cropping. Never mind. We use these ones. Glad I checked these, because it's less harvesting I gotta do. Make sure we got that. Alright. And back to the other ones. Yep, got about 100 out of every one, so 100 out of 3, not too bad. I didn't get 100 out of that one. I think it's closer to 90. Nope, goddammit. switched the thing when it automatically switched. I'm a fool. Eat your face. We get 1,600. That should be enough. There we go. Good. To the sand cutter. All right. Where do we get it? Here we go. Fuck you, crocodile. All right. So our planks are gonna be done soon. Sandstone's gonna be done soon. I'm going the wrong way, but it doesn't matter. It's all one big loop. Okay, we need 1,000 bamboos for that one. You were good. Bamboo here? Yeah, we need 2,000 bamboos. So, probably easier to get those on Dragonora, but I want to see how much I can harvest here first. Just to see. I'm gonna empty them out so I can count them properly. Okay, so we're at 157, so whatever we add is gonna be subtracted from 157. So we're gonna take 157 out of the total. Oh my god, yeah, there's... Ugh. Alright, so 157. So we basically got 100 out of that little patch. That's not great. That's really not great. Let's go check Dragonora, because I know Dragonora, I think, has some bamboo for us. Yeah, they got bamboo. You guys got cactus. Alright, Dragonora it is. There's the waterfall area with the lily pads and whatnot. I think behind here. Got these, no, not those. There's, sort of got a, where's the bamboo trees? Like up here somewhere, right? Where's my bamboos? Okay, not that way. Definitely not that way. Where's the bamboos? I swear they were back here somewhere. Am I just dumb? Where are these bamboos at? Maybe these way. I know it's not in the cloud area. Maybe down here? I don't see why it would be, but it could be. I don't know. Seems weird. I could just check the fucking map too. That would be a genius move. Okay, where's the bamboo? I know it's not down here in the gunpowder factory, that's for sure. You say there's bamboo here. Who's got the frickin' bamboo? Who's out here bamboozling? I'm feeling bamboozled. That's for sure. Yeah, what the fuck? There's bamboo here. Somewhere. Where's bamboo supposed to be? I mean, all this time I'm spending looking for it, I could be harvesting more bamboo. Yeah, but at 100 rate, that's like... Oh my god, It's... Let me think. 100... That's like 20 times we'd have to do that. Minus the 2 times we've already done. So it's like 18 more times we'd have to do it just to get the next level up. Meanwhile, there's bamboo here somewhere. Maybe in here? Oh, yeah, that's right. It was in here, wasn't it? There's the dungeon with the bamboo and the petals and... Right? It's in here, yes? It should be. My brain functions, it should be. Where's the bamboo? I don't care about you guys. I want bamboo. I'm just kind of running it back. You know, eventually we had bamboo down here. We had the rose petals and we had bamboo. There it is. Yeah, see, there is way more bamboo to harvest here. Oh god, I fell in the hole. Okay, why is there even a hole there? Why is that a thing? Yeah, so we just got like 100 off of that, and this whole area has bamboo. There we go, rack that up. I'm just doing the whole run here. So we're a quarter of the way to our goal already. We need 2,000. There we go. Whee! Okay, just running the whole thing. So we're about halfway there. Fuck off, little dudes. I don't care. God, how do I have an upgraded sword and these guys are still not getting one tap when they're on the previous planet and I have a sword that's even better than that planet? Like, what? Crazy. Okay, everything here. Yeah, there's no bamboo here. So we should ignore the dragon area. No bamboo. This way. Oh, that's a little sideway. That's not where I want to go. I mean, there's some bamboo over on that side, but... Okay, yeah. So forget the dragon, just go around to where the bamboo is and just keep farming it as fast as we can. There you go. Ah, don't go that way. That's not a way I can go. I will drown and die. This is not good. Alright, 1,000. I think I'm just going to stay in this area. Just kind of dip back and forth between the things. So we'll run it one way and then run back the other. That'll get us what we need. Because by the end of that run, I had 900, and I started with like 250, so that'll be fine. Yeah, that's the one that goes in the dragon area, so we don't want to do that. We just want to head on back. So we got enough. Alright, almost there. Yeah, much better to farm this area for bamboo than that other area. Like, yeah, we get more per hit there, but there's not a lot to hit. Okay, I'm just gonna wait right here. It'll come back in a second. It'll be enough for what we need. Come on. Yeah. Yeah. And there we go. I like the little twist in that animation when it goes whoop. You know, it's got a nice little bounce to it. Alright. 21k. All done. Back the way we came. Back the way we came. Got the bamboo. Killed these guys. Now it's back the way we came. Bing. Sucks to suck. Get out of my way. Where the fuck am I? Dog, I don't even know where I'm at. Where am I? Which way did I go? What is happening? Hello? No, the arrow's pointing this way. This is the way out. Get back, I guess. Okay, you go this way, and then left, and there's the gate. I walked right past it. I'm a fucking fool. I'm a fool! Alright. Die, frogman, die. I don't know if they're like frogs or lizards or what. They feel very froggy. Feel like amphibians. It's one of my favorite bits in Rango. Rango is a fantastic movie. Not a fantastic animated movie, just in general a movie. Because animated movies are movies. Like, they are... It's just a different medium, right? So they can be just as compelling as, you know, live-action movies. But it's an amazing movie. Like, story-wise, joke-wise, it's just beautiful, right? One of my favorite jokes in the whole movie is when he's, you know... he's talking to the town. He's trying to rally him because it's like a western. You know, he's trying to like tell him that, you know, I'm the new sheriff in town. I'm gonna save y'all and all that. And he's sort of quoting like Shakespeare. He's paraphrasing Shakespeare. You know, because he's sort of a thespian, right? And it's saying like, you know, lizards, reptiles, you know, brothers, lend me your, you know, listen to me, like that kind of thing. Something to that effect. He's saying, he's like addressing everybody as they're like, you know, like, oh yeah, no, us reptiles got to stick together, like something like that is what he was saying. He's basically like, yeah, us reptiles got to stick together, as he's hugging a desert toad, like a desert frog, and the frog who's the bartender. So the bartender's like, I'm an amphibian. He says, there's no shame in that. Like, as if amphibian is a, I don't know, like a disease or a sexuality or something. Like, there's no shame in being amphibian. It's just fucking, I don't know why it gets me. That one always gets me, though. Oh my god, it's fun. Yeah. It's actually funny because I watched Rango, and then later, like way after I watched Rango for the first time, I ended up watching the Trinity series of stuff. Like, you know, Trinity is Still My Name, you know, Trinity Rides Again, right? It's like the spaghetti western character, Trinity. And in it, I believe it's the first movie in Trinity, in They Call Me Trinity. It's They Call Me Trinity, Trinity Is Still My Name, and then the third one I think is like Trinity Rides Again or something. And then technically it's a 4-part series though. It's not a trilogy. It's technically a quadtic. So it's like a third, like there's 3 movies properly with the named character of Trinity. But the character, the actor who plays him, plays an exceedingly similar character, because a lot of these actors will pop back up. But there's a movie that came out before They Call Me Trinity, which was called Boot Hill, right? And if you guys don't know what Boot Hill is, a Boot Hill is where they bury all the unwanted people. So towns in the West, they would have a graveyard, and then they would have this thing called Boot Hill. And Boot Hill was like, if you couldn't pay for a proper funeral, if you were a drifter, if you were some sort of murderer or something, and you weren't supposed to be buried. Like a lot of the things that ended up in Boot Hill, a lot of the remains that were in Boot Hill, in these towns, in the Boot Hills, they were Confederates. So after the Civil War, basically like, yeah, we can't bury him here because he's, you know, he's a Confederate, you know, he's not American, he's a traitor. Like, people didn't like that. so they wouldn't have them buried in the graveyard next to the other guys. Of course, that kind of defeats the entire... Like yeah, fuck him, right? Like, I say that, but it's like, he's dead now, alright? It doesn't matter where he's buried. Like, that's kind of what Lincoln was getting at, was, you know, put down the sword and, you know, like, we already had the fight, alright? We did the fight, it's over, we need to get over it and, like, move on and come together as, you know, one proper America now, you know? It's like, which is a nice sentiment, but also, like, you have to burn racism to the ground. Sherman knew that. Like, everyone else knew that. Lincoln was trying to be cool about it. What? Like, it seems like every time somebody tries to be cool, they get just murked, you know? Jesus, he's just chill. He's like, love everybody, whatever. He was a pacifist, so he didn't fight back. It's like, dude, he literally gets nailed to a piece of wood. Like, he gets nailed to a piece of wood, all for just saying, hey, maybe we should be nice to each other. And then the Orthodoxy is like, no, how dare you? And, like, kills him. Right? Lincoln, JFK, Teddy Roosevelt. Somebody tried to pop Teddy at one point. He lived, though, because he's a Chad like that. Let's see. What else? Like, who else got... Like, not who else got assassinated, but, like, who else tried to be nice? Like, Bernie Sanders is probably a modern example of that, where Bernie tried to be nice, and he tried to... He's still trying to play the, like, democracy card, and, like, Bernie, bro, like, we're over that. We are way past that. It is pitchforks and torches time, alright? You know? It's just, oh my god. It's just like, every time somebody sensible comes around, they always get fucked over, right? And then, of course, the dumb commoners are like, I don't care, it's whatever. It's like, dude, just because the guy was advocating that other people be okay, when it's not going to take anything away from you? It's like, it's not going to take anything from you. Like, where's your empathy? Where's your basic moral compass, you know? Like, where's your sense of community? What the fuck, man? Like, that's just rude. How can you live in this century with this many people around you and not form some sort of a conscience, you know? But yeah, no, it's just, you know. I don't even know how I jumped from Rango to politics, but here we are. There's another thing popping up on my Discord now. Nothing important. I'll get to it later. Alright, we got about 3 hours in. I do need to upgrade my shit, though. Yeah, I'm trying to get... Did I upgrade all the shit? Yeah, I upgraded all the shit to purple, I think, while I was babbling. I just did it on autopilot. I didn't even realize I did it. Oh, we need more planks, we need more sandstones, we need more of this. Okay, we upgrade all that. We need to go build her, like, a throne now. Which means we need a bunch of sandstone to turn it into whatever, right? Get, like, a nice 1,000, I'd say. About 1,000 will do. Now that our picks leveled up, we get a little bit more to make this easier. That's the reason I wanted to get things upgraded before I started moving further, is the harvesting rates. Alright, 950 I'll do it. I already got like 5 slabs anyway. Eh, 63, 68, so about 70 slabs. That'll work for what we're trying to do. Plus there might be more slabs that pop up over here. I don't think so. It looks like it's getting pretty green. Okay, our dungeon. Couple of bits there. Gotta wait for the thing to finish. The only thing that really slows you down in this game is harvesting and all that's fine. It's really gotta make more advanced stuff and then you gotta wait. Alright. Looks like all the Challenger stuff's gonna be in one area at least, so that's nice. Or at least 2 of these are. You know, we got 2 of the dungeons to go through. Okay. I don't know if I'm gonna have enough for all this. 20? Fuck me. Must be important, whatever it is. God, we ran out. Alright, we need 14. So... Is she dancing? She's like giving nee. I love it. Yeah. It's this game gets tiring. I'm glad they put little things like that in the background, so when you get tired, you're like, oh my god, I've been mining all this stuff, been doing all this stuff. And then you see something silly like that, and it's like, oh, that's nice. That's fun. Kind of gives you a little pep. I'm also tired because I'm actually tired, but, you know. What ifs? Yeah, it's like 10:30. I should really be wrapping it up so I can go watch a movie and get to bed before, like, 3 in the morning. You know? Such is life. Okay. Okay. Harvest that. I don't even know how much I'm trying to get here. I'm just getting it. Don't stop. Get it, get it. Okay. Yeah, rate of 15. That's, you know, fine. Should have enough for 14 more, at least. And 19, that works. Can I go through here? No. Why even have a gap? Like, why not put a wall there, bro? They probably had a wall at one point, and then they were like, nah, it's too closed off. You know, it's fucking up the balance. It upsets the balance of nature. Okay, this is gonna be the portal. 25,000 rubies for the portal? Holy shit. That is lunacy. Okay. So we just spent as much as we got. How much do we need for this one? Fucking 3 more, so... yeah, I'll go get it. We'll do them in, like, increments of 500, I think. Because 500 would turn into, like... if I did 1,500, I'd get... how many slabs? Well, 150 would get you 10 slabs. So... you basically get... yeah, 150... yeah, okay. So, 150, we'll do 10 slabs at a time. That way we're not just sitting over here mining for the rest of the stream. Let's just... knock this out of the way real quick. Oh, now I remember how I got from Rango to Bernie Sanders. We were talking about Rango, and then I was explaining Boot Hill, and then... yeah, okay. Yeah, then I was explaining the whole Civil War thing, and whatever. Yep. I remember now. My brain works. Okay, my brain just turned back on for that conversation. Okay. But yeah, no, it's the spaghetti western's actually quite good. Like, a lot of people reference, you know, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, fucking, like any of the Clint Eastwood stuff, like, you got Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, The Man with No Name, you know, the Clint Eastwood stuff, and then the Magnificent Seven. Those are the movies that get referenced a lot, right? People know those ones, but they don't know so much Trinity, which Trinity's fantastic. If you don't know Trinity, you actually do know Trinity if you've seen Django Unchained. There's a song used in that movie which comes from Trinity. It's called Trinity. Like, it's literally called Trinity. It's the theme song for Trinity in the movie. They made up a whole theme song for him. You know, he keeps alive with his Colt 45. You know, who's the guy that's the top of the West with the restless gun? You know, like, you know that song. If you have seen Django Unchained, you know, by Quentin Tarantino, if you have seen that movie, you know that song. And that comes from, because every movie that Quentin does is a love letter to cinema. And when he did with Django Unchained, it was a love letter to the Western, but also a deconstruction of the Western to show that, like, yeah, this is actually how the real world of, you know, the Wild West, the West, you know, kind of worked. It wasn't all, you know, freaking, like, cavalry charges and all this fun stuff. I think Hell on Wheels got a lot of people to understand that. Because before you had a show like Hell on Wheels, you had a couple things that would critique Wild West stuff. You know, it would bring it more grounded. Things like The Rebel, or, you know, I mean, The Rebel was still kind of a moral thing, but you had The Rebel, you had Gunsmoke, or, you know, not really Gunsmoke, Wanted Dead or Alive. That was a good one. That one worked. I'm just out here mining some more rocks. So getting some more bricks going here. Okay. How many more do we need? What am I doing here? I'm doing them like 10 increments of 10, right? This one, and then over here. I only need one more. Fuck. Yeah, I really gotta do these in increments of 10. I gotta get 150 every time. I forgot what I was doing because I was talking about movies. You know, my brain wanted to focus on that because that's more fun. But yeah, no, it's like great. You know, there are great things. That's the thing with westerns. Westerns are, you know, what we're seeing now with superheroes is the same thing. Superheroes are getting the deconstruction treatment, and not in the Watchmen way of what if superheroes were real type thing. It's more in the gritty, dark, you know, whatever. That's where the spaghetti western came from. It was the idea of like, oh, these guys never get hurt, they never die violently, whatever. They're unscathed at the end of the shootout. Then maybe they get winged in the arm. That's about it, right? But they smile and move along. High Noon actually is a great fucking anti. It's like an anti-McCarthy film wrapped up in a western. Like the Hays Code, McCarthyism, and all that said you couldn't show certain things, whatever. You couldn't do certain things, and so. It was High Noon is poking fun at that, in that there's a guy who's the sheriff and he has to fight the bad guy, and of course nobody's gonna help him. Nobody admits to it. The judge is leaving town or whatever because the bad guy's coming into town, and he's calling out the sheriff and whatever, and he's coming for him. And of course the sheriff's trying to retire and marry the love of his life and stop being the sheriff. He's done being the sheriff, but then he's got to keep the badge on. So it's like, oh, okay, so you can ignore it, but the problem's still gonna be there, and it's, you know, even if it falls to one man, somebody's got to stand up to that, you know, the corruption and the violence of the system of silencing other people through you know, violence, right? And at the time, you had, again, it was a critique of McCarthyism right under McCarthy's nose, because you had the whole Hays Code and everything. You couldn't show certain things, you couldn't do certain things on TV and in books and things. Comics Code Authority is born out of the Hays Code as well. That's why you had a lot of shitty comics, right? Like, that's why comics seem to jump between the, you know, the beginning of comics. So you had Superman and all that. It's like, wow, cool, comics are awesome. But you had a lot of diversity in there too. You had like horror stories with gritty, gruesome panels and things, zombies and blood and all this. That's where you get Morpheus the Living Vampire, actually. He's actually referred to as the Living Vampire because the Comics Code Authority said you couldn't have anything dead. Like, you couldn't have dead things like zombies and stuff. So they called him the Living Vampire. So he could still be a vampire, but he would be, you know, yeah. You see how stupid it is. Basically, you had to have the Comics Code Authority put their seal of approval on your book, or else the book basically wouldn't be allowed on the shelf. It wouldn't be printed. It wouldn't be sold. And then, you know, that's where Stan Lee comes from. He's like, man, they won't let me do anything. Fuck it, I'm just gonna do something anyway. Like, his wife convinced him, if you're gonna leave anyway, why not just write what the fuck you want to write, and they can just eat it. You know, fuck them. like his wife literally just said, fuck them kids. I don't care. Like, just write whatever. And so he writes the Fantastic Four, which is something you've been wanting to do for a while. So he makes up the Fantastic Four. He does that, and I need to check how many we need here because it's more than 10. So he does that, and then boom, Fantastic Four, biggest thing ever. And it was without it was the only book he published at Marvel at the time that did not have the seal of approval, and it was like, oh, no seal of approval will sell still. Great, kids still want this. Okay, cool, fuck. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, man. Alright, so we need like 63, that's 63 divided by 15, or no, multiplied by 15. 63 by 15 is, oh god, let's just do 70, it's easier math. 70 by 15, 700. Oh, I'm getting deja vu here. Yep, I'm getting big deja vu. Yeah. But yeah, that's where you get a lot of the best movies came out of the fact that the Hays Code got bucked and it got rebuked at a certain point, and McCarthyism got squashed. Because McCarthyism was literally just like a light form of fascism. That's all it was. It was literally American fascism. That's why it's referred to as McCarthyism, because McCarthy was the guy leading the charge in government to have all these restrictive laws put into place so that, you know, you couldn't say things that were un-American and whatever. You know, Walt Disney famously came up and he named names and whatever and was like very, yeah, fuck him. And the thing with Walt is he didn't even give a shit, right? He didn't give a shit about if it was American or not, you know? Like, he wasn't that much of a patriot. What he cared about was the fact that he could use it to call all of his dissident workers, all of his guys that wanted to form a union, he could just call them commies and have them questioned. So there was actually a famous case of the 10. There's like the Big Ten, I believe is what they were called, and they were told to report before the what was it, the House of Un-American Activities or something, or the like it's like a committee. It was like a committee. If you've seen Pleasantville, you get the bit where you have to come into court and prove that you're not being a piece of shit. Again, Pleasantville was a big thing about restriction, intolerance, fucking fascism and whatever. It again, subtle stuff in here. Like not so subtle, right? You get the idea, but it's like, okay, you see what they're doing. It's tongue in cheek. But yeah, McCarthyism, it was like the House of Un-American Activities or something like that. Basically, you had to go before this board of fucking jackasses who were like light versions of the Gestapo, and you had to basically, they would make you name names, and if you wouldn't name names, they would put you in jail. Because again, the Hays Code was fucked, the McCarthyism was fucked, all of this shit. And so what you got was these 10 Hollywood actors, writers, whatever. They were all accused of being like communists and being anti-American spies, whatever they could just throw at the wall and see what would stick. You know, trying to make them look bad in front of the Americans, in front of the American press. You know, in front of newspapers and things. Of course, the press at the time was actually like not having any of this bullshit. Like a lot of it was, yeah, they would print business as usual, but a lot of it was like, you know, is this good for America type shit? Like, they were actually questioning it. Whereas nowadays, all of the newspapers are run by billionaires, so of course you get, like, no good journalism left, and, you know, they're all bowing down and kissing Donald Trump's ass. Nobody's actually challenging him in real time. So yeah, they get these 10 guys in there, and basically the 10 guys were like, yeah, sure, we'll show up, we'll show up. They swore they were going to name names, and they know who's who and whatever. They got up there. Right, they got up in front of the thing. Also, have I been harvesting the wrong thing? I was supposed to be getting rocks this entire time. I'm wasting everybody's time. I apologize. I'm just, like I said, I talk about things I'm passionate about. My brain goes out the other side of my head, you know? I just get, like, off on a tangent. So, they go in there, and they're like, yeah, sure, we'll do this and that. Seeming like it's going to be a normal hearing. Because these hearings were happening every single fucking day. It was like every week they had, like, dozens of people coming before them from private sectors and public works and all kinds of different dudes that were like, no, I'm not a communist and whatever. And so they were asked, like, you know, have you ever been a member of the Communist Party or whatever? And instead of naming names, right, so when they were asked, the first question is, have you ever been to a rally or whatever for communists? Are you a member of the Communist Party, whatever? And they get asked that question, and the first thing they all say, and this is a conspiracy by all of them, they all got together and decided to do this. So the first thing that each of them would say was that, you know, my political leanings are none of the government's business. Basically telling the government, fuck off. It doesn't matter. This is what you're doing. It is the true un-American thing. You're being fascist. This is wrong, you know. And they would say, you know, are you going to name names or not? And it's like, no, and they got up there and they said, okay, I'll name the names of some of it. Like, they started calling out the names of the guys on the committee and stuff, and exposing, like, yeah, these guys are pieces of shit. This guy, and that guy, and this guy, like, talking mad shit, basically. They were making a farce of the entire thing. They were giving no respect to the court, or it wasn't even a court. It was a kangaroo court. It was completely made up. It wasn't even a real, like, court of law or anything. It was just a committee. And so they came before the committee, and they just basically told them to eat shit. And it was the funniest shit ever. They were like, oh, if you don't answer, we're going to put you in jail, whatever. So yeah, they all went to jail. They all just decided to go to jail until the whole thing blew over. And they were like, oh, we'll hold you in contempt and whatever. It's like, all right, yeah, cool. Put me in jail. I don't give a fuck. They did not give a shit. Right? They just told them right where to put it. Because, you know, people used to have backbones in this country. Not so anymore. Not so. People are angry, but, you know, nobody's actually got the spine to do something about it. Right? Oh! We don't need slabs, we just need regular stone. Oh shit, okay. We're gonna need the slabs later, I'm sure. That's fine. I just need some regular stone. Shit, I'm over here wasting everybody's fucking time. Holy shit, bro. Okay, we could have just got this from here then, honestly. Yeah, just knock this out a bit. We'll get like 200. That'll work. But yeah, the whole Hays Code and everything, McCarthyism, is so fucked. Like, it was so fucked. You know? And I can see the idea from a military standpoint of like, okay, we're having a Cold War with the Russians, we're doing this whole capitalism versus communism thing, we want to make sure our side wins because that's how tribalism works. You always want your side to win, you know. So instead of sitting down and hammering out a peace deal or something and saying like, yeah, we could work together. No. Should we work together for the betterment of the world? Nah, fuck them. Fuck the commies. We want to control everything because that's just how America is, you know. I mean, fuck the commies anyway. Like, commies weren't any better. It's just another flavor of fascism, basically. Right? And that's not to say communism as it was intended, right? Same thing with capitalism. Capitalism was... I mean, okay. Capitalism and communism and all these isms, right? They were designed for control, right? Every government system, every type of thing that you've ever had was some form of control, some form of power grabbing, right? Religion, government, whatever, right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Pick anything you want. It's all forms of control. It's all just so that somebody else can tell you where to go, what to think, who to talk to, you know, so they can control the variables in the equation and get predictable outcomes. Simple. So okay, here's the rubies. And so the thing is, like, both systems suck. There's abuses in both systems because both systems are founded on the idea that somebody else knows what's better for you. That somebody else, you know, in capitalism, they say that the free market will fix everything. In communism, the lie that they tell is, oh, it's all for the party, you know, to each their own, and yeah, all that shit. It's like, what is it? There's a phrase that the communists use. They, each to their ability, and to each their necessary amount, like something, it basically along the lines of like, you contribute as much as you can to the system, and then the system will contribute what is necessary to you, right? So the idea is that everyone's supposed to be working towards the greater good, right? That's the idea. However, doesn't work that way because of oligarchs and guys in power and whatever. That's why communism is really communism, because it's like Marxism and communism are two different trains of thought, right? Marx very much had an anti-capitalist thing, because the capitalists were always abuse people. That's just the inevitability of a capitalist system, is there will be exploitation in the system. The system is predicated on exploitation. You literally can't have a capitalist system without exploitation, you know, because if you look at American history is the history of capitalism, right? Because we had business, we had trade, we had what could be called capitalism before America, but America really exemplified freedom and free market and enterprise and things, right? So even the English figured this out before we did. They had commerce and trade and everything, and they figured out you need to start reigning in power at a certain point, right? So they started having the whole Industrial Revolution. Like, the whole world had the Industrial Revolution. And then England, during that time, the Victorian era, the 1800s, whatever, they were like, yeah, we gotta fix this. This is fucked. You know, we need more we need more, like, welfare. We need more checks and balances on power, and we need to have higher taxes on the rich because they need to pay their fair share, all that shit. In fact, the same thing kind of happened in America, where the problem with tax dodging, right, is that it's possible. The only reason it's possible is because you don't have a hegemony of the world, and that other countries who are more corrupt than America will gladly, you know, enslave people, give them super duper poverty wages and whatever, and then they'll abuse those workers, right? That's why when Marx wrote his manifesto, he didn't write, you know, workers of England unite, workers of Germany unite. He wrote workers of the world unite, because the worker of the world, they were supposed to be a nation of themselves. You know, the idea is that everybody works, everybody around the world is performing work, and it is the capitalists that steal your hard work, and they steal the profit from that work, and you work all day and you have nothing to show for it, because you just go home to go back to work, which is exactly what we're doing now. Like, it's exactly the same thing we were doing over 100 years ago. Not even 100 years ago. It was over 100 years ago that Marx was calling out this shit. You know? It's like, Jesus Christ, man. Like, it's oh my god, it's crazy. But, yeah, no, it's one of the things of, like, do I think capitalism is useful? Yes. Do I think communism is useful? Yes. Do I think either system in their extremity is a good idea. No, because any system in its extremity, you have to have moderation. All things, it should be in moderation. Like, that's how you succeed in life. Is you have to have, you know, like eating a pizza is not going to kill you. Eating a pizza every day is probably going to kill you, right? Simple as. But, like, capitalism, it was great for getting us to the current stage, but it's an evolutionary leftover. It's like fat, right? The human body doesn't really need fat. Like there's certain fats that we need in our diet. Like, you know, we need fats in our diet to keep certain things going. But things like belly fat, we actually don't need that anymore. Our bodies just don't know how to get rid of it. Like, we haven't developed the gene. Like our genes haven't been fixed yet to where fat isn't really too much of a problem, right? Because fat is okay. Having a little bit of body fat, fine. If you have too low of body fat, it's like, that's crazy. You know, that's actually, like, insane to achieve. And it's actually not healthy, because then to achieve that level, it makes you unhealthy in the opposite extreme of you're working out too much, you're not eating enough, whatever. And, you know, that's just that, right? So fat is an evolutionary leftover. Capitalism, an evolutionary leftover, right? We developed that system. Why? Why do we develop capitalism? Well, the idea was that we could get all the currency centralized, so we wouldn't have to trade in things like salt or silk or whatever anymore. You know, less barter, more centralized idea of currency. Of like, hey, gold. Okay, everybody agrees gold is good, right? Okay, so let's make a system where the gold works. And so the gold is the thing that you take to the market. You don't take salt and whatever. And you could still barter. You could still make agreements in your local market, you know? That's the problem now, is that we don't have local markets. Like I can't go to Walmart and haggle. You know, I can't be like, well, you know, and we need a little more volatility in our market to say, like, yeah, the price is, well, the price is already at a low. No, it's not really at a low. Like, it's, you know, how much of this do you have? Supply versus demand. Right now, there's plenty of supply, but the demand, like, the reason there's so much supply is there's not much demand. So then when they do try to sell it, they're not even trying to sell it at a loss. They're trying to sell it at maximum profit for themselves without making it blatantly obvious that they're price gouging. It's like, come on, man, you're not fooling anybody. So yeah, capitalism, it was a good thing to get us here, right? It helped a lot of things, you know. I would much prefer economic warfare to physical warfare, because economic warfare costs a lot less lives, but it's still warfare. It's still, you know, we have there's a difference, right? There's hard power, right? Military victories, going in with tanks and bombs and shit, and wrecking somebody's country and taking over and putting in guards and stuff. That's hard power, right? That's what we you know, we tend not to practice too much hard power anymore. We used to in the 20th century. America practiced a lot of hard power. We used to try to go in and do things like the Vietnam War and Korea and stuff. And then later they were like, let's do economics, you know, because it's a lot cleaner. It's a lot more appealing on the news because you can spin it as, oh, it's just the free market, bro. It's not actually a free market. There is no such thing as a free market. It's a lie. There is no free market. It's either being manipulated. It's actually always being manipulated by corporations, because the corporations in America bribe politicians and then they get favorable things for themselves. So it's like, you could blame the government, but you have to ask yourself, why is the government doing this? What are they getting out of it, right? They're not screwing you just to screw you, right? The government is screwing you, yes, but they're screwing you to make profit, right? For their donors. And why do they have donors? So they themselves can get, you know, $5 million houses and shit, right? Because this is the thing. This is why I fully believe that not only should there be age limits on, you know, that, so that you can't really build that much power, right? Because you're not in office anymore, right? And then not only that, you want to have, like, I think civil service is really civil service. Like, if you're going to be a senator or whatever, it should be a lifetime appointment, and when your term is up, you should just make the ultimate sacrifice for America. Like, that should be your thing, is like, you literally die on the altar of freedom. That would be kick-ass, you know? Because it would weed out anybody that doesn't actually want to make the world better. Like, if you want to actually make the world better, then you look at it and go, okay, cool. If I do this, I need to make the world better because my legacy is about to be an immediate legacy. I'm not going to have a chance to do anything else. I'm going to kick the bucket. They're going to off me after this, right? Is it an extreme example? Yeah. But we live in extreme times. Like, desperate times, desperate measures. Like, you know, then you could guarantee that the only people who are getting into this, they're not trying to do it to enrich themselves. They're trying to do it to actually better things, you know? And you have some guys that were around for a while. Like, the whole presidency thing, for the longest time, it was tradition to only hold 2 terms. But then FDR said, nah, fuck it. I'm a be, like, as many terms as I want, because if the American people still want me, then who the fuck am I to say no? It's democracy, baby. And so he got voted in 4 times. The dude had a 16-year presidency. Like, it's the craziest shit. He went so hard that even though in his 4th year, his approval rating was super fucking low going into it, right? And he was still the favorite. That's how bad the opposition was. That's how amazing FDR's policies were, where they were like, you could have the low, he had like a super low, you know, rate on like approval, right? He had a super low approval rate according to the polls. But he still won 4 times, you know? And then, of course, the 4th time he didn't really continue. It's kind of a scandal. People were like, oh, well, you know, you didn't vote for that. I think that's why people were kind of against FDR, because it was like, oh, we don't want you to run again. That's why your approval is low. We wanted Truman. And then Truman gets in there and it's like, hey, cool. You know, Truman, and then after Truman was... I don't even know. We'll look at the presidents here in a minute when I finish the stream, because we're at about 3.5 hours. That's pretty decent. I just trying to advance a little bit here. I don't even know where I'm going at this point. Did we explore everything to the left? Like, is that done? I don't even know if she's going south. Did we go left? Yeah, we went left. Left is just cactus fields. Speaking of which, I need some, so pick up those. What do you got? Okay, rubies for gold. No. If he would give me rubies for gold instead of gold for rubies, that'd be kind of chill. But, you know, he wants to be a dick about it. Okay. But yeah, that's just what you have to keep in mind about capitalism is, it's not a bad system. It's just not as good of a system as we could have right now. Like, I think capitalism can be used as a weapon against itself. I think that you can use capitalism to say, hey, yeah, UBI, right? Universal Basic Income. If we're going to have a money system, then we use that money, we give it to the people so that the people can pay for their food, water, and shelter. And, you know, cool. That solves that. Like, if you don't want to go into the communal sharing of everything and proper resource management and things. Me, personally, I would like a technocracy. I would think, like, the scientists should lead, the best in their fields, you know. The top engineer is the head of the engineering guild. The top, you know, whatever. And each field would elect itself. It wouldn't even be a public vote. It would be, if you want, you know, and not even like a favorite contest or anything. It should be who scored the highest. Okay, only the guys that scored in the top 1 percentile on, you know, questions of engineering and whatever. Like they have to take tests to prove their competency, right? That would be the ideal for me. So you get, like, the best engineer leading the engineers who are the smartest dudes when it comes to engineering, and, you know, you have that. I actually quite like the system that the Minbari had in Babylon 5. It was not a super great system, but it worked. It seemed to get everybody on the same page, and it seemed to really work for everybody. So, yeah, the Minbari, these were aliens that they're basically Vulcans, you know, like, as with most things in Babylon 5, if you draw allegories, you're like, oh, these are kind of the same thing as this other thing in Star Trek, you know. So the Minbari, they had 3 castes that shared power, right? So the idea was that you would need 2 castes to vote against the other caste to, you know, be able to do anything, right? The idea was like, you had the religious caste, the warrior caste, and the labor class. The labor caste, right? Or no, they didn't call it the labor, they called it the worker caste, right? So the religious caste were all the spiritual guys. They were supposed to be the empathetic core of the Minbari culture. They were supposed to be like, oh yeah, we need to be all peace and love type of thing. They were the hippies, right? They're the clergy, essentially. Then you have the warriors. So of course the warriors are the warriors, and they, you know, they do their thing, right? So the warriors would be looking out militarily. They want honor and glory and all this shit. And so they would be doing all the physical fighting and stuff, right? That was their bag. And then the worker caste, they would build the ships, they would build the weapons, they would build the houses, the food, whatever. The worker caste is anybody working in support of the other two castes, right? And it's not a perfect system. In the end, they actually changed the way they do it. Like, they hand control of the whole system over to the worker caste, and they were like, okay, so, you know, we've been led by the religious caste. Basically, it was like religious caste, then warrior caste, then worker caste. So the worker caste was kind of thrown to the side. They were just there, right? The religious caste would appeal to them to basically ask them to do things for the greater good. The warrior caste would try to basically bully them in a military coup later on in the series. It was the whole thing. You gotta watch. It gets complicated. But yeah, that's what they would do. So why am I grabbing these? I need fucking cactus. I don't need rubies anymore. We're getting so many rubies, we could probably just, you know, pour them in the portal, but yeah. I need to get cacti though. So they would just do that, right? And then the worker caste kind of got shit on, right? Where we heard this one before. And so in the end they kind of, you know, they ceded control, and they were like, okay, you know what? Like, religious warrior, that doesn't work. We're gonna turn controlling interest of the Minbari, you know, over to the workers, because the workers want to build the future. Sort of in the way that in the Magnificent Seven, after the big battle and everything, it's like, hey, we won. It's like, you know, no, the farmers always win, right? Is what the main character tells to the guys. They say, it's like, the farmers always win, because the farmers, you know, the farmers are with the land, and the land will always be there, you know. Gunfighters will come and go, but the farmers remain, you know. And so the work will always be done, whether you have warriors dying in battle or religious guys giving you sermons. Those things don't matter. It all stems from the worker. Same thing with Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? Everything stems from food, water, shelter, the basics. You have to work to exist, and then, you know, the thing is, we don't have to work in the way we currently do it, right? That's the problem with current work, is that we work simply to exist to work. We don't achieve anything higher on the pyramid, higher on Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? We don't go above the... Like, it's not even that we don't go above the first level, it's that we barely achieve the first level. Like, for a lot of people, achieving the first level is just the goal of life, right? Like, not even self-actualization or anything, it's just make enough money to where I don't have to worry about starving to death, right? That's it. They you know, as a video I watched recently from the Functional Melancholic said, and this isn't where I've heard all this, like, it's not like I'm hearing all this for the first time, I've been ranting about it recently, it's not a recent thought in my head, these are just things that I already knew about, and they're reinforced by other people that are like, yeah, they're you know, other people saying the same thing, so it's, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, the guy put together a video, and he does these video essays that are like cold opens, no music or anything. He just sits there and talks into the mic, and it's just hanging out. No flashy editing or anything, just chill. And very, very good videos, actually, very good. He's got a nice voice. But he was saying, like, you know, with Maslow's hierarchy of needs, speaking of needs, I need this damn thing to work properly. So with Maslow's hierarchy of needs, they basically, and they being the boomers and stuff, right, and the corporatists and capitalists and all that, they took the ladder, right? Like, they dug a hole underneath the pyramid, and then they sold you the scaffolding, right? They're selling you the ladder to climb up to the first level, right? They put you in the basement, and then they make you work to get the key. They make you work to build the stairs to get out of the basement, just to get to the first level of, for lack of a better term, poverty, right? Like food, water, shelter is poverty. That's poverty in Maslow's hierarchy. That's the base level of existence, is food, water, shelter. That's it. That's the physical needs, the physiological needs. That's the bare minimum. And the fact that they're giving you the bare minimum, but they're not even giving it to you, they're making you work for the bare minimum, but giving you no more than the bare minimum. It's like, what? Like, what the heck? You know? It's just one of those things where I look at it and I'm like, you know what would really help with the world? And this is a horrible thing to say, but I think we really should just get rid of old people. Like just take everybody right now. Now what you do is, you go get the scientists and doctors, nuclear engineers, all this stuff, all the really important jobs that you need to pass the knowledge down. You get a crop of younger guys that are like in their 20s, maybe their 30s, that they can continue those roles, right? And, you know, they might not have as much experience, but what you do is you just go to those guys and say, okay, you're the next generation of this. You're going to do this now. These other guys are going to go live on a farm, you know? You just take all the guys that are 50 or above, just to guarantee, and I know there's some Gen X in there that are starting to hit 50 and whatever. It's a whole thing. But you take basically all the 50s, and you just say, get the fuck out of the way, you know? You just dip, right? So we can reset things, right? What we do is we remove the old people, right? And when I say remove, I don't mean you have to kill them, right? That wouldn't be cool, right? People, you don't want to just arbitrarily kill people. That's not cool, you know? But you could, like, move them out of the way of society and be like, look, you guys all have to go over here now. Like, that, I think, is a really good idea for society, is the young live within the society, and then the old can visit the society, but they have no say in the society, right? Like, the old benefit from the society and the work being done, because they get food, water, and shelter, too, but they get no say, right? Now, if you want to do this in a more streamlined way, and not so much physically relocating a bunch of people to a different city so that you have, like, old peopleville, you know, the better way to do that would just simply be to say, okay, old people aren't allowed to vote anymore. And when I say old, I mean, like, I don't know, if you can vote when you're 18 and you stop voting when you're 48, that's 30 years of voting. I think that's good enough. So, like, when you're pushing 50, I'd say let's just call it 50, you know, because just to account for if some people are, you know, in a certain election year and whatever, because the presidency is like every 4 years, every 2 years, so you might be born on a year where you can't really vote that much because you're, like, the way your birthday is staggered. So we'll say 52, right? So 52, I think, is a nice year to be like, all right, cool, you're on your way out. Awesome, then, yay, happy birthday, 52, turn in your voter card. You know, you're not allowed to vote anymore. You're not allowed to take part in elections, you're not allowed to donate to elections, you're not allowed to do any of that. Why do we do this? Because it would require... Jesus Christ, they beat my ass! That was a close one. Okay. It would require the elders of the villages, right? So the elders, you know, they would have to actually interact with society and make sure society was heading in a direction they liked. Because if they don't pass on their thinking to their kids and they don't get... I mean, I would say, like, you might say, like, oh, then they're just going to brainwash their kids and make sure their kids are just like them. It's like, well, they already do that. They already do that. But the difference is they still get to vote, so it's like they don't need as many of their kids to listen to them. Plus, there's a lot of kids nowadays that are, you know, going against the elders and are like, that's fucking dumb, old man. We're not doing that, you know. So you get them to... You know, you just say, yeah, you guys can't vote anymore. You can't interact with elections at all. You know, so I hope that you raised a smart crop of young people. Because if you didn't, you're going to fuck yourself, right? Because if you raised young people to be like you, greedy assholes, guess what? The young people are going to vote for themselves just like you did, right? So the boomers back in the day, they voted for all kinds of shit that they knew was going to fuck over their kids. They were told blatantly, yes, this is stealing your children's futures. Yes, you are going to, you know, fuck your kids over economically. Yes, this is going to fuck everything up. And they knew damn well it was going to, and they didn't give a shit, dude. They were living for the 50s and the 60s, but they were like, yeah, dude, fuck it, yeah. Like, I got a 401k and all that. I got retirement coming up in a couple years. Fuck yeah, man. And then they got to the end of it, and then their kids don't talk to them. It's like, well, why do you think your adult children don't want to talk to you? Because you fucked them over. You know? You fucked them over twice, in fact. It wasn't even like, oh, yeah, we did the hippies, whatever. Like, you went and got jobs, right? So you sold out, you know? And I love, especially the boomer guy in SLC Punk that's playing the dad. And he... when Steve was the main character, he's having this flashback of basically when his parents were trying to sit down and talk to him about college and shit, and he had just gotten out of high school, and he's like, you know what, I love you guys, however, he goes on this big rant, he's like, you know, I'm 18, and for the first time in life, I can say this, fuck you, you know, like, he can finally tell his parents to just fuck off, they can't tell him he has to go to school, you know, he ends up going to school, it's a whole thing, watch the movie, it's a fantastic movie about, you know, like, what was punk? Where did it come? Like, what was the point of Punk? And it's all from the perspective of Steve-O. He's sort of telling the story. He's narrating, breaking the fourth wall and stuff. And it's pretty fun. It's an interesting examination in, you know, like, what happens, what would you get with a punk in Salt Lake City, Utah? You know, like, it's the weirdest place to try to be a punk, you know? But, I mean, it's the perfect place because it's an oppressive religious state, you know? It's the perfect place. Yeah. So, he basically just tells him to fuck off, you know? And the dad, trying to get the last word, because the dad's the lawyer, you know? And so, as being the lawyer he's like, you know, I didn't sell out, son. I bought in, you know? Like, which is of course the boomer line of like, you know, no, I'm not selling out, I'm buying in. And buying into what? You're buying into the system that you critiqued when you were a hippie playing fucking pretend, you know? You want to be like, oh yeah, dude, you know, fuck the man and all that, and then you went and became the man. It's like, why would you do this? Why am I gathering this many crystals? I keep getting off track. I need fucking cactuses, cacti, whatever you want to call it. I need green spiky balls, dude. I need some sharp green balls. That's what I need. Jesus Christ. But yeah, no, that's just a funny. I just love that line because it's like, dude, that is the stupidest fucking line. I didn't sell out, I bought in. It's just, no, you fucking sold out. Like, call a spade a spade. That's like when it's where you also get the idea of, like, lobbying, right? It's bribery. It's legalized bribery. Like, it's literally legalized bribery. Like, what the fuck? Just call it bribery. I would have so much respect for a politician that came out and said, yeah, I was bribed by Big Oil to, you know, vote for things that Big Oil wants. And it's gonna fuck over people. I'm gonna vote for bills that fuck over people. I'm gonna vote for things that line my pockets. Fuck you, you know? Not that that's a good thing, but at least I can have respect for somebody who's not lying to my face, you know? Just, like, that would at least be fine. If it was like, oh yeah, you know, it's... like, yeah, I'm gonna fuck you over. Yeah, I don't care about my constituents. I care about my donors who bought my position, you know? It's like, alright, you know what? Fair. At least he's telling the truth. Like, don't vote for the guy and completely oppose him, obviously. But that's why they have to lie. Is because if they tell the truth, then you're gonna know it's the truth. I mean, that's the thing, though, is even when they tell... good God, 25,000? Ugh. Even when they tell the truth, people just don't even care. And they'll just vote for him anyway. It's like, I'm gonna fuck you over. It's like, they can tell you that for months. And then people still go into the voting booth like, well, it's better than the Democrats. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, is your brain that tiny? Come on. Have some fucking dignity. Jesus Christ. 2,500. Fuck me. I gotta end the stream, man. It's getting... the sun's getting real low. I'm fucking tired. Like I said, I just want to go watch a movie and chill, you know? Watch a movie, maybe a sandwich. Just chill out, you know? Big chilling. Oh, they gave me some cactus. Because I built her the thing she wanted. She wants a map now. Alright, she wants some papyrus. Okay. What do we got here? 12,000? Brother, come on. That is too much and you know it. What did I even need to level up at this point? I think did I need rubies to level up on my gear? I don't know, let me go see. What was the gear level right now? Oh, it's just rice. Okay. Yeah, but it's a lot of fucking wood, too. That's right, I got like 8,000 already. Hey, leveled up. Nice. So you do get a bit of XP from, you know, that stuff. Still waiting on some decent upgrades here, game. Eat my shorts. We can get 1k there. And then eat 3 there. Yep, that'll work. Okay. So maybe I should go get the rice. Make the mining easier. Well, how much rice would we need? That's the thing. Oh my god, that would take so goddamn much. But yeah, no, SLC Punk, fantastic movie. Definitely need that one in my collection. Matthew Lillard brought that house down on that film. It was so good. It's a great examination of just the young versus the old, and you know, what does it mean to belong to a movement? You know, are you you? Are you the things you believe? Can you, you know? And yeah, I'm not gonna spoil the ending. The ending's, you know, it's the whole thing. But yeah, how much rice am I getting here? 862, not bad. So we can do this for a little while we're waiting on the planks anyway. So we'll just start gathering this up. We need, let's see, 17, 17, that's like 34, I want to say. Should be 34, yeah. So 3.4. And we're at 1.8. Yeah, that's a good one. SLC Punk and What Love Is, fantastic films. I mean, right in there with like Fight Club, whatever. Actually, it's not really in with Fight Club. Fight Club is sort of in the literally me genre, as I like to coin it. You know, you got American Psycho, Drive, Nightcrawler to an extent. Nightcrawler is a little on the fringes of that genre. I'm not sure how exactly to classify that movie. Yeah. But I feel like Nightcrawler is kind of a modern take on American Psycho, in a way, you know. But yeah, Drive, definitely. So Drive, Taxi Driver, you know, Joker, Fight Club, all these things fall into what I call the literally me genre, where people, you know, go online and they're like, oh my god, yes, because they like resonate with people, you know, people see themselves in those characters, right? In Patrick Bateman, in the Joker, Trevor, was it Trevor or was it Terrence? I think it was Trevor? Fuck was his name? In Taxi Driver, what's his name? Oh, I don't know. What were we gonna look at? We were gonna look at presidents, by the way, after stream. I know I want to remember that because the other stream I was like, we're gonna look at something, and later it was like George Jetson. Like I was gonna look up what was, you know, George Jetson's like job, right? And he was basically pushing a button, as I said. His whole thing is he makes sprockets, but he's overseeing the distribution logistical automation department or whatever. But basically, it just means that it's a bullshit title that just means he goes to work, pushes a button, and that starts all the robots, and then the robots do all the work, and then he goes home. Like, he just sits there and sleeps all day, you know? That's the idea. So yeah, that's to finalize that. So yeah, we need to look at some of the presidents after this stream, because I'm meaning to do that, and I don't want to forget. But yeah, now, what the fuck was his name? I think it was Trevor. It was Trevor or Terrence, something like that in Taxi Driver. I can't remember his fucking name. But, you know, those movies are, they really hit with people because it shows, you know, loneliness. And in the case of somebody like Patrick Bateman, it not only shows loneliness, it shows that, like, he's got everything. He's a big, successful banker and whatever. And even he's having mental problems. Like, goddamn, like, so it shows that money can't fix this shit, right? You know, but it's a whole thing of, like, you know, money can't fix it, but money can sure make you get away with some things. It's the ending of American Psycho is pretty good, too. Like, they all have pretty great endings with, I would say they all sort of have a twist to them. You know, they all kind of get a little bit of a twist, and that's what makes them really interesting movies to watch. Because when you watch it for the first time, you're like, oh, I get it, you know, and then you think about it in the bigger meta context of the narrative as the script was written, what the story's point is, and it's like, oh, because that thing goes to this, and whatever. Like, they're just beautiful films, really beautiful films. You know, and that's not to say, like, oh yes, we should have deep, artful films all the time that really challenge the human condition. Like, you can have B-movie schlock, you know? You can have horror movie schlock that are like B-movies, you know? And you can have comedies, and you can have, you know, fun movies, you can have westerns and action movies and stuff. That's fine. It's good to have a lot of different genres, you know? It's just that they maybe shouldn't be judged on the same lines. Like Mr. and Mrs. Smith, there is nothing deep about Mr. and Mrs. Smith, right? Hell, there's like not even anything really that deep about Wanted. It's just mostly an action film, but they're still good films, right? It's just like, yeah, as long as you make an action film, you know you're making an action film. You're not making, you know, Casablanca, right? If you're not, like, you know, you're not making that, but go ahead, yeah, just make whatever you want, you know. Just don't pass it off as if it's like something like if Disney came out and was like, yeah, we're remaking all this stuff in live action because we thought it'd be neat and we thought we could get you to pay to see the same movie you've already seen, but with people instead of cartoons, and we're just putting a bunch of CGI in it because we know you guys like flashy CGI stuff. Dude, fine. Like, just come out and say that in the marketing. It's like, yeah, we think we can get you guys to pay for this again, even though it's a movie you've already watched and you probably own on DVD or whatever. We're just reinterpreting it yet again. So get fucked. It's like, yeah, you know what? Like, I wouldn't be mad if they knew their place and was like, yeah, we're just making stuff, not trying to make it deep and about the issues of society and all this, like they try to pander to. And I'm like, just fucking leave it alone, dude. Just make some movies, you know? Like, there's some movies that are good and political and all that. Let's see. Need more. I'm gonna go make some more rocks. Make the slabs. I must return the slab. But yeah, that's just, you know. Then sometimes you're not in the mood for, you know, depression. I mean, I don't think anyone's ever in the mood for depression, but like Office Space is a really interesting film because if you're happy and you watch that movie, it's a comedy. If you're depressed and you watch that movie, it's a documentary, you know? Like, it's a tonal shift because it's a black comedy. It's a dark comedy. It's the thing you laugh at is the absurdity of the warning of that thing, where it's like trying to tell you, hey, this is fucking stupid, you know? Like, don't fall into this kind of labor markets and things. Like, the office is killing us. You need to go find the thing you're actually... Like, you have to go to the actually useful thing, which is why in the end of the movie, you get the guy, you know, leaves his office job and becomes a construction worker, and he's so much happier being a construction worker. And, you know, there was actually an ending where, oh shit, we maxed him out. Oh wow, that's not usual. Usually we have to max him out at the end. Okay, cool. We actually got these all maxed out. Sweet. So yeah, it's like the, you know, it's like, yeah, it's the ending where the guy's actually, it's not that he's happy, it's that he's content. He's like, he gets to work outside, he's doing something useful, and it shows that the thing he's doing is actually useful to society, whereas the things that his friends are doing, which are, they're still just being coder guys and working in offices. It's like, and it shows that it doesn't make them any better, you know, it's just that he himself has chosen to be different, right? And he's found his own joy in life and whatever, you know, it's like, okay, they're happy working office, he's happy working outside. If that's how it should be, is that if people can tolerate a certain thing, if they want a certain paycheck, whatever, cool, you know, that's fine, if they want to do that, right? You do whatever you want to do. Okay, so we gotta get 12,000 of this. I think we can get that before the end of the stream, because we're over in about 10 minutes, so I think we do 10, like we're ending in 10 minutes, not that we're over right now. We have 10 more minutes in stream, so yeah, we can definitely just run around and grab these while I babble some more about films. But no, I think it is good to really ingest films and, you know, understand their meaning when they do have a fucking point to the story. It's not just like, there's some movies that are just fun to watch, you know, and I think that's something that people don't really get with, like, The Hobbit, you know. It's just fun to watch The Hobbit. You don't need it to be as deep as Lord of the Rings was. If you just, and this is not a turn your brain off and enjoy it, it's fine if you don't think about it type thing, because that's the dumbest thing ever. Oh yeah, it's a movie where you can turn your brain off. It's like, if you're turning your brain off for a movie, that's not a good movie, you know? Like, you turn your brain off when you watch Beavis and Butthead or South Park or something. You just enjoy the jokes. But even those jokes are kind of witty sometimes. The way they're written, it's poignant. There's a point to them, right? It has a certain timing. There's a certain edge to it. It makes a point still. So even that takes a little bit of brain power to actually focus on what the fuck you're watching. You know, what is satirizing and, you know, all that. But I do think, study films, you know? And when I say study films, I don't mean like, ah, yes, what did they mean by this? It's like, watch the film 30 times, right? So, when you watch a film the first time, you're getting the story. When you watch it the second time, you get the point, right? Like, you get the point the second time, because you're not as worried about what scenes are coming out, because you already saw the scene. You know what's going to happen, right? So your brain is not actively worried about that. Your brain is now passively absorbed that information, and it's looking for new information. And so you start looking at things like what's in the frame, who says what to what character, you know, what kind of dialogue comes back around as a reprisal, you know, of hey, it's, you know, like a reprisal being that something is brought back and turned on its head in sort of a contradictory way. Prime example, something like Hunchback of Notre Dame. In music, you'll have a reprisal where it'll be the same tune, but then you can use different lyrics and it means something else. So the, you know, Out There is a song in The Hunchback of Notre Dame, the Disney movie. And it starts with, you know, this thing where Judge, you know, Claude Frollo, right, who is supposed to be responsible for Quasimodo, and he goes and visits him in the church, and he's reminding, he's, you know, programming Quasimodo at that point. He's like, you know, he's basically reminding him, like, yeah, you're ugly, the world hates you, you'll never be good enough, all this shit, you know, and it's, yeah. That's basically, he's lying to him, and he's making him feel bad and all this manipulative abuser type shit. And he tells him all this, and he's like, you know, the world is cruel, the world is ugly, you know, you are deformed, you are ugly, these are crimes for which the world has little pity, you know, which is not true. It's like, yeah, people can be cruel, but if people get to know their neighbors, they tend not to be as cruel, you know, they tend to learn empathy when they interact with other people and just learn about them, you know, that's kind of how exposure works. But the thing then shifts, right? After Frollo leaves, Quasi is still thinking about, you know, what he said. And so he's thinking about how badly he wants to go out and meet everybody. And so, you know, here among the parapets of stone, you know, he's like lamenting the fact that he's alone and that he can't go out and meet people. And he's like, you know, what, you know, he basically saying, like, I would give anything to be able to go out among the city and not be ridiculed and whatever, and actually be out there, you know, just spend one day out there, you know. And that's a reprisal, right? So, yeah, that's the thing with films, is when you look at certain films have reprisals of things where things are thrown back into a character's face, right? Maybe not in the most directive ways, maybe it's a subtle way of, like, you know, oh, this guy comes back around and, you know, maybe the main character has their hats being made fun of, and then later the main character, like, tips their hat, or, like, puts their hat, make sure the camera sees him putting his hat on, in sort of showing that he's defiant of the world or something. Things like that, right? Those things can have deeper meaning when you examine a film multiple times. Now, I do think there is a limit, unless you actually unless it's a stellar film. If it's like something like Fight Club, yeah, watch that like 50 times. It's a really good film to sink your teeth into and look at all the different angles and all the characters and who's doing what, where, and when, and all this. Like, it's fun to break that down. But, you know, something like Citizen Kane gets so overblown in film studies. You get shown the film Citizen Kane, like, it was like 6 times. It was like 6 fucking times that I had to watch the movie Citizen Kane for different film class. Like, and they weren't even introductory classes. These were just like, they wanted to really make sure they hammered home about Citizen Kane. Citizen Kane is not even that great of a movie. Like, it's a nice story. It's cool. It's a great story the first time. It's pretty fun the second time. You don't need to watch that movie a third time. There is nothing new at the third screening, you know? But you gotta watch a movie twice, right? That's sort of the rule of thumb. That you watch a movie twice, and the first time you watch it with your eyes, the second time you watch it with your brain. You know, like you're actually paying attention the second time. Because, as I said, you have passively absorbed the information. You don't need to actually pay attention to the story that much because you already got the beginning, middle, end. You know what's gonna happen. So you just focus on everything that's not the beginning, middle, end, which is everything else in the film. You know, and that's where films are fun. That's where you really get into it. Yeah. And it's fine to have movies where you don't need to do that. But at the same time, you know, I'm not saying, like, go find fucking French films that are, like, tedious and are, like, black and white with a guy smoking a cigarette in a balcony, you know? Like, not that kind of art student type of film, you know? It's like student film, woe is me type of shit, you know? But something like Clerks even has some really good bits to it, where, like, yeah, Clerks, Clerks 2, Clerks 3, it's kind of a nice little trilogy that you can examine, and it's like, oh man, it kind of hits you in the feels, too. It's like, oh, yeah, you know? And you just sort of, yeah, it's just sort of fun in that way. you know. Alright, we gotta get like 2k more here. Fucking scorpions are OP. Have I upgraded my armor? I think that's... Yeah, I think I need to upgrade my armor. I think that's the one thing we haven't done, is we haven't upgraded the armor. Okay. So we got this. Ooh, crash UFO. Sweet. Okay. So we're not going to go any further. We're just going to go upgrade the armor now. So we can be ready for next time. And then, should be finishing it next time, honestly. We're at... Fuck, we're only at 19%. Okay. We're at 19% on this fucking planet. Okay. We need armor. The armor's this way. Got it. Cool, where do we need? More planks? Cool, do that. God, that's the fastest I can nail that down? Jesus Christ. Alright. So I need 180 there. Where's the helmet? I'm gonna get the helmet real quick. Ah, shit, need 120? Fuck. There we go. So I need 180 for both now? Yeah. So we need 360 on planks. I know damn well I ain't making that many planks. I need to make like 200 more. Okay. Yep, so right about 4 hours, so kind of in the street. We'll get to it in just a second. I'm just trying to get some planks here, seeing if I can get the armor upgraded real quick. Oh, I don't even need to run all the way around. I can just swim off the edge. Cool. I didn't even realize that. So whenever I want to go back to that area, just, you know... I mean, yeah, it's not a very big world. It doesn't really matter, but... You know, every second counts. Because this is a long-ass video game. But there's always something new to see, you know? There's always something more fun on the horizon. Yeah, that's films for you, though, you know? It's fine to watch films, because you can always put a film down. You can be like, oh, this movie sucks, and you just... Okay, just don't watch it if you don't want to watch it. I genuinely, here's the thing. I genuinely tried to watch the new Transformers movies. Like, the ones after Age of Extinction, where they have, I think it was like Matt Damon or whatever was in it, and there was some little girl that was friends with an Autobot or whatever. I don't even know the whole bit, right? Because I sat down, I went to watch it, it was the dumbest shit in the first, like, 15 minutes, right? And then I tried to watch it again, and I got to, like, the 20, 25 minutes maybe, or whatever. Like, that's all I could suffer through. I'm like, this is brain dead. This is bad. This isn't even fun bad. It's just bad. Like, you can make a bad movie that's still fun to watch. Like, Battlefield Earth. Terrible film. Like, story, like, the story sucks and everything, because the film was rewritten. Like, the guy that made the original script was like, yeah, they rewrote my script like 3 times. Like, this is not even close to the coherent story I had before. Which, it makes sense. It's like, yeah, okay, cool. Seems like a rush job that they did. They just kind of crammed everything together. Let me just do that. So yeah, it's, you know, that's what it is. Okay. Did we get it yet? No, got 270 on it. Alright. I'm just getting this last bit, and then we're gonna... 180, though. It's fine. It would be fine. Hammer this home while we're waiting on some planks. Why not? But yeah, I just... Like Battlefield Earth, you can literally watch it. Go ahead, watch it. It's not bad, you know? It's not bad, it's atrocious. That's... Like, objectively, if I had to critique that film, there are so many plot points. There are so many things about that film that make no fucking sense. There's... The competency of the alien empire is so friggin' questionable. It's so questionable. It's so bad. Like... Oh my god. It's a whole thing. I mean, but what do you get for a movie that was designed to be, like, a Star Wars, but written by Scientologists? It's so fucking weird, man. It's not right. It is not right at all. Like, it's just, it's weird. It's a good movie, but it's weird. Like, I say it's a good movie as in that it's good to watch that movie. But I can fully admit that, like, when I watch something and it's not actually good, you know? Like, I like Iron Man 3. A lot of people don't like Iron Man 3. I think they missed the point of it, right? I think a lot of people are like, oh, what's with it? Like, I think you're overlooking some of the character building they're doing with Tony Stark in that. I think you're kind of overlooking it, but I can see the critiques. I can say, like, yeah, it's not good as 1 and 2. 1 and 2 is pretty good. You know, some people don't even like Iron Man 2. I'm like, how do you not like Iron Man 2? It's, like, it's pretty good. The newer MCU stuff, it's god awful. Like, that's just an objective fact, is that it's just bad writing, you know? Which is a shame, because, like, I like female characters. I want more good female characters in movies. Like, why did you take what could be good female characters and then write them poorly so that nobody likes them? The same way you wrote them in the comics. The comics that didn't sell, the comics that nobody buys, the comics that nobody likes. What is wrong with you? Like, it drives me up a wall, I swear. Alright, that'll be enough now. Okay, I need rocks for that one. How many rocks am I gonna need? I need like 23 on that one. Now I need rocks. This is fucking insanity. Alright, we'll get to the rocks next time. Forget it. We got the planks going, we'll get the rocks while the planks finish up, and then that'd be fine. So I do want to look up like some U.S. presidents, give you guys sort of a timeline of when America, like, when the capitalists destroyed America, and then it was resuscitated by socialism. Just so, like, you guys have the actual facts of history, not the bullshit they try to teach you in school of, like, oh, America was so great, whatever. And then they when they talk about FDR, they always talk about his they try to only talk about his war years and whatever, and like, oh yeah, he brought us out of the Great Depression and whatever. And they never focus on what caused the Great Depression in American education. They actually don't fucking focus on that. It's like, why did the Great Depression happen? Oh, right, bunch of corpo capitalist nonsense. Okay. So U.S. presidents in order. So we have, okay, that's the most recent. Right. So you get some guys in that suck, right? So turn of the century, Theodore Roosevelt, 1901 to 1909. So we got 2 turns back to back. That's how much of a fucking Chad he was. People loved him, you know? People absolutely loved him. But Teddy basically came in after the other guys. So you had, shit. So you have Lincoln, and you have a lot of maintainers and a lot of, you know, mediocre presidents, as The Simpsons kind of made a joke about that. You have sort of the mediocre presidents. They don't really do much. America's fine. Whenever we're not involved in like major wars and whatever. We center our history around wars. Like, and not we as in America, we as in everybody. Everybody centers their history like around basically big events. Wars, famines, plagues, big things. Things are always happening in any given year. There's always something going on. There's never a point in human history where we just do nothing. There's always something happening somewhere in the world. But I mean, even if your country isn't doing anything, like America at certain points was just chilling and there wasn't a lot going on, but there was still stuff going on. Like Abraham Lincoln has the Civil War. Lincoln gets shot, Andrew Johnson takes over. Not much is happening, but you're still recovering from the Civil War. That's still happening, right? So there's new advancements in science and medicine, things like that. And then Grant gets in. Grant's big achievement, the Continental Railroad. So you had Johnson and Grant doing the Manifest Destiny going west, right? And it was also at the time of Lincoln as well. So it was like, you know, James Buchanan up through Rutherford B. Hayes, that big expansion into the West, you know. And then you get a couple of simple guys. You get like Rutherford B. Hayes, James A. Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Grover Cleveland, Benjamin Harris, Grover Cleveland again. Okay, cool, fine, whatever. Like, they're just kind of there, right? And then you get the big boy. You get Teddy Roosevelt. Why does Teddy Roosevelt have to pop up? Because the maintainer presidents fucked up. Right? This is the cycle. You get maintainer presidents between all the good presidents. The maintainers get laissez-faire. They do whatever. They either intentionally fuck up the country, or through their own sheer incompetence, they just let the country get fucked up. And then people like Teddy have to pop up every now and then and fix everything. Right? So if you go back far enough, you get, like, you know, the Founding Fathers. So you get George Washington, then you get John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, James Monroe. Great fucking years for America in there, by the way. Great, like, you know, yeah, you had the War of 1812 in there somewhere, but other than that, we are peak. We are balling with the Founding Fathers because they were highly educated. They knew what America was for and whatever. John Quincy Adams, fun fact, if you don't know your history, John Quincy Adams is actually the son of John Adams. So John Adams, you know, this is his son, I believe. So John Quincy Adams. The reason he's called that is he's named after his father, but they call him John Quincy Adams specifically so that he, you know, his thing. So like if you look at John Adams' family tree here, John Adams, he had spouse Abigail, and then they're not listing his children. Okay, so I believe John Quincy Adams is supposed to be let's see, preceded, born. Yeah, it's like, where the fuck is it? Like John Quincy Adams is one of his kids, and then he has like Charles Adams, Thomas Bolston Adams. So he had like 3 sons and 2 daughters, and they, the other sons were kind of more into business and lawyering and stuff. John Quincy Adams saw his dad, like he was the eldest, so he saw his dad. Was he the eldest, John Quincy Adams? Hang on. Who was his eldest son? Yeah, it was John. So he was actually with his dad on trips and stuff to, go visit the Dutch and the French and things. He would actually kind of hang around on some of the trips he would go on. So he sees what policy can do, right? What happens when you don't have proper government in place and stuff. So that's why John Quincy Adams is kind of based too, because he gets in there and he, keeps everything together. Then you get to Andrew Jackson, the dickhead, right? So Andrew Jackson, huge piece of shit, racist as fuck, awful fucking human being. Basically gets told by the Supreme Court, like Andrew Jackson was basically the prototype of Donald Trump. Like he was like the first Donald Trump was Andrew Jackson. And, you get some of these shit fucking presidents sometimes, but Andrew Jackson was the proto-Republican. The dude who swinged his big dick around federally to fuck up as many lives as possible. Didn't give a shit about the American people. He did nothing. He was a piece of shit. Like, he caused the Trail of Tears. Right? Mind you, the Trail of Tears did not need to happen. And it wasn't even supposed to happen. It was that the Cherokee Nation sued the state of Georgia. The courts ruled in favor of the Cherokee Nation, saying, no, this treaty exists, this is their land, you cannot move them off it, right? And then, what does Andrew Jackson say? Right? So they go and they say, well, we don't have enough troops to actually, to enforce this law. Andrew Jackson, being the piece of shit that he is, what does he say? He says, well, that's a state matter. The state's gonna have to just do it themselves. They requested aid from federal troops to ensure that the Cherokees didn't get kicked off their land by a bunch of fucking rednecks. And guess what happened? They kicked them off. Because Andrew Jackson didn't know. He's a piece of fucking shit. He is, like, one of the worst presidents that we ever had, And the only reason he had, like, 8 years was because he was a racist piece of shit. And at the time, we still had the South. This comes back to bite the South, by the way. They vote for guys like Andrew Jackson, showing their whole ass, right? Showing very much that they did not want to be, America. They didn't want to respect the rule of law. They didn't give a fuck. They were just being racist dickheads in the South. So then, later, you get a couple of guys, John Tyler, James Polk, Zachary Taylor, Millard Fillmore, Franklin Pierce, James Buchanan. So James Buchanan is where it gets interesting. James Buchanan hands the Civil War off to Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln is seen as the war president. He is the president of the Civil War. Okay, cool. I don't know how this turned into story time, but sure. It's like a history lesson. So he hands off the Civil War. So the Civil War started in, I want to say, U.S. Civil War. It basically starts with Buchanan. Yeah, so it starts in 61, right? So Buchanan ends in 61. Buchanan starts the Civil War, leaves office, gives it to Lincoln, and Lincoln's like, fuck. So Lincoln's entire presidency is spent having to clean up, like not the mess of James Buchanan. It's that the the Confederacy broke off at the time, and they seceded so they could be racist slave owners and continue owning slaves. That's exactly why they did it. That's the only reason they did it, right? So then, basically what happened is James Buchanan was using the power of the federal government to say, hey, we see you're doing trading outside of the law, and, like, you couldn't attack on abolitionist grounds. This was the problem, is abolitionism was in since, like, Jefferson's day. There were people that were abolitionists even in Jefferson's day, right? Abolitionism existed before the United States even existed. It existed since the beginning of the slave trade. And so they said, basically Buchanan said, hey, wait, we've got him now. We can't really push abolitionist laws onto the books. It's not that you got to get certain votes and whatever. Like, the Emancipation Proclamation was hard as fuck for them to actually connive and get it together to get it declared in Lincoln's presidency. So Buchanan said, all right, well, if I can't attack them on abolitionist grounds, that's too difficult. Here's a better idea. What I'll do is I'll cripple their economy. That's where the economic warfare comes in. He says, hey, remember that part in the Constitution where the Congress are the ones supposed to be trading with other nations? Yeah, southern states. We see you doing direct business with other states. No, no, no. You're supposed to have us negotiate. You're supposed to give us your product, and then we sell it to the other guys. We're the ones supposed to be doing business, right? They're the ones, we're the ones taxing. We're the federal government. You're supposed to be listening to us. So then the South says, well, fine, we'll just become our own nation then. Because in this other clause, it said that we can secede. And of course, the North says, no, you fucking illiterate. That's not what that says. You can't just secede. And basically, the whole thing was an excuse to fight the South. Not that they wanted to, not that they even prepared for that war necessarily. They just looked at the numbers and went, yeah, we can beat them. It'll suck, but we can beat them. And they did in like 4 years. Like, they beat them in 4 fucking years, bro. Like, bro, okay. Easiest way to remember this, by the way. Civil War begins 1861, ends 1865. You know how you know? Start and end of Abraham Lincoln. 61 to 65. You lasted 1 president. Nonsense. So then you get, like, Johnson, Grant, you know, couple of big stuff there. Then you get all these guys, they get laissez-faire, the capitalists rear their ugly heads, and boom, depression's starting to set in, right? You know, Teddy held it off for a little bit. He kind of, you know, the Industrial Revolution was like the prelude to the Great Depression. And so Teddy comes in, he puts down his big federal foot and says, all right, we're going to do shit like fucking Lincoln did. We're going to do shit like, you know, like fucking John Adams and shit did. We're going to come in, we're going to do some shit. And they did some shit. And that's what, in the way that Andrew Jackson was the lead up to the modern shitty Republicans that we have, right? I mean, the Republicans have always been shitty, whether they were called Democrats or Republicans. Because there used to be, the reason we had such good years, by the way, in the beginning, the reason these were such good years was because a lot of these dudes, right? There was like one party, you know? There was like one party for a lot of this. So we had a lot of good years in there because there was only like one party that was viable, and it was called the Democratic Republican Party, right? And everybody that was cool was basically in that party. And they were the most educated, the most helpful, the most righteous sort of American politicians. Because it was the one that would let them win. So they would run on that ticket, you know. And then they would usually have their policies. You actually had to have your policies accounted for, or you could sometimes even get run out of town, assaulted. They didn't care that you were a politician. They'd be like, you're a piece of shit, fuck off, you know. Kind of what's happening to all the Republicans now, who are liars and pieces of shit. And they're holding town halls and all their constituents are yelling at them. Basically the same thing. So then eventually, of course, what does that lead to? Kind of a split. It's like, the guys that are more democratic, liberal-minded, the guys, they're basically a difference between, say, you know, Thomas Jefferson and the Andrew Jacksons, right? So yeah, Thomas Jeffersons that are more liberal, more free. They believe in as much autonomy as possible, as much autonomy as you could have within reason, right? And then you have guys like Andrew Jackson who are the complete opposite that say, you can do whatever you want as long as it's punching down, right? But the government should always be strong and rule over everybody. It's like, Jesus Christ. Okay, so you get sort of the totalitarians, and then you get the libertarians, and they're sort of opposing. So what do you get? You get one side calling themselves the Democrats, and the other side calling themselves the Republicans. So Thomas Jefferson, right, using the term correctly, republic just means not being ruled by a monarchy. Democrat, meaning ruled by, you know, whatever votes, whatever. So the reason they use the term Republican to talk about the guys that loved freedom back in the day, again, political party switch happened, right? So basically, the Republicans were always the Republicans we know now. It's just that they, like, this is one thing they love to say, by the way. Republicans love to be like, we were the party of Lincoln. The fuck you were. You were not the party of Lincoln. There was a political switch, right, around the 50s and 60s. After FDR, there's this political switch where all these guys realign, and now we have the modern Democrats and the modern Republicans. But again, the Republicans we know now were always like that. They were always pieces of shit. They were always terrible. You know, Democrats, marginally better. We used to have some really decent Democrats, but now it's like, you know. So yeah, that's how it happened. So you get to that, you know, Teddy kicks a little ass. Cool, wonderful. So then, what do we get? Great Depression. Why? William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Warren G. Harding, Calvin Coolidge, Again, a bunch of do-nothings. A bunch of guys that don't help the poor. They don't help anybody. They don't follow anything that Teddy laid down. Teddy came in, said, this is how we should do it. These guys basically go back to business as usual. They don't really try to maintain anything and try to pressure corporations and stuff. There's a lot of corruption, a lot of backroom deals at this time. That's what led Teddy to getting elected in the first place, because the common man was sick of it. And then you get Herbert Hoover. Okay, Herbert Hoover. Kind of another do-nothing, right? And we get to the big boys. We get the man himself, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Okay, so the reason we get Frankie here, all right? So FDR, absolute Chad. We love to see it. The reason we get that is because of Herbert Hoover. Why did Herbert Hoover, what's his deal? Well, Calvin Coolidge sort of has the roaring 20s. Everything's going fine. Boom, stock market crash, 1928. Everything's fucked. Herbert Hoover takes over, does nothing for 4 years. Does basically nothing. Like another do-nothing president, where Herbert Hoover's just like, yeah, money as usual. Yeah, the poor can't afford anything. The economy's in a bit of a downturn. Not my problem. My donors still have money. They still have oil reserves. It's fine. So, you get to Franklin Delano Roosevelt, 1933. He wins the presidency. He brings us out of the Great Depression, finally, right? And he says, a chicken in every pot. He's like, we're going to do social programs. We're going to do this. We're going to fund the arts. We're going to do all this stuff. And he does. Which is why he had, 12 years of presidency. He was actually supposed to get 16 years presidency, but he dies in 1945 because he was that fucking old. He was already that old. Because, the dude died when he was 63. And mind you, this was back when everybody was smoking and drinking and asbestos and whatever. Of course he dies at 63. That's a reasonable age for a guy to get old and die. Nowadays, our medicine's way better, so, But we get that. So you get Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Cool. Oh no, FDR is dead. It's going to be like Teddy, where everything's going to go back to business as usual. Wrong, bitch. We get Franklin Delano Roosevelt, 1945. Now, you guys might be wondering, why have I heard that year before? It's because it's the year of the atomic bombs. It's the year that World War II officially ends, when the United States attacks Japan. Harry S. Truman was the one that dropped the bomb. Roosevelt did not want to drop the bomb. It was Truman that dropped the bomb. The reason Truman dropped the bomb is because he wanted to be a war president just like Lincoln. He wanted to be the guy known to end the war, to bring world peace, right? The most expedient means of that, the embargo would have worked, but it would have worked slowly. It wouldn't have been big and flashy. So he wanted headlines that said, first nuclear, successful nuclear test, fantastic. Bombs dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima, Japan surrenders in big bold letters. He wants that. He wants that on the front page. Japan surrenders. World War II officially over, right? Cool. V-Day had happened before when the Germans fell, but it was the Axis powers kind of hung on a little bit in Japan. It was they weren't quite giving up just yet. Okay, so Truman, look at that. Truman got 8 years, back to back. Wonder why. Why? Truman was an FDR-style Democrat. He was based. This guy, he was based just because he was vice president of FDR. He was buddies with FDR. They agreed on a lot of shit, And this is the ultimate irony, of course, in the U.S. presidency, is the most efficient presidencies, the best policies to come out of U.S. presidencies, historically speaking, the best ones were when you would pick the runner-up as your vice president. So that was a tradition a while ago, where you would actually afterwards say, yeah, you know what? You wouldn't usually have a running mate in your own cabinet. It was sort of a gentleman's agreement at one point where it was yeah, I'm the president, but he's going to be the vice president, right? And so I'm going to bring him on board, and he's going to have the opposing view. The reason for this was because of Washington, right? So because of Washington, George Washington, John Adams is vice president to George Washington. John Adams is somewhat opposed. Well, okay, he gets the point of being that later. He was sort of a secretary of something. It's the whole thing. Anyway, but basically the point being is you need a guy there to check you, right? And to be sort of opposed to you, to bring the opposition to you. The same way that John Adams later would go on to consult with Thomas Jefferson, right? And then they wouldn't speak for a couple years, but then later on they reconciled and they were still friends. Nice. But he had Thomas Jefferson trying to warn him about shit. And then when John Adams gets out, well, what's John Adams say? He's trying to counsel Jefferson and say, hey, it's not going to be as easy as you think. And so it goes on like that. Okay. We get to Dwight D. Eisenhower, right? So Truman and then Eisenhower, we get 8 years of Eisenhower. We get, 4 years of Kennedy. We should have had 8 years of Kennedy, but sure. So FDR, the reason he gets this, and then after that, you don't see a U.S. president ever getting that many terms. He was the only president to serve, terms like that. Okay, the reason. He was so damn popular, the Republicans, because this was, imagine it as modern Republicans. That's what I'm referring to. At the time, they probably would have been more referred to as something like a Dixiecrat, but that wasn't until JFK that the political switch really came in with him and Johnson. But you had basically the equivalent of the Republicans at the time that were like, fuck, everybody had to match FDR on policy. You didn't get to not help the poor. You didn't get to fuck people over. You had to run on and enforce policy that helped the common man and helped with social programs and stuff. You had to do that in order to win any races. I'm talking even local level. They didn't want anybody that wasn't an FDR style Democrat. So that's why he wins. And then what do they do after? They go, oh shit. Of course, the powers that be, the corporate elite and everything, they go, wait, capitalism can't work if we start going socialist. We have to reel this back into capitalism. How do we stop this from happening again? Because you could have had a, socialist king for however long he lived. Potentially, oh shit, he could have been 80 if he had lived. It would have been he would have been 80 and he would have been president for 30 years, so they're like, all right, term limits. It's a tradition, right? It's a tradition. We'll just codify it because it's a tradition. We were all agreeing to it anyway, right? They basically cheated, so that you could no longer have, because if they didn't cheat, you probably would have had 16 years of Truman, 16 years of Eisenhower, 16 years of Kennedy. I mean, with Kennedy, they had to kill Kennedy. They literally couldn't even win on that. They limit them, and they still can't win. Because Roosevelt hands it off to Truman. Truman hands it to Eisenhower. Eisenhower sends it to Kennedy. All of these guys are, public goods, socialism. We're going to go into the future. John F. Kennedy was like, we're going to put a man on the moon, because that's how we do it in America. Fuck the Reds, we're going to do it. Oh, commies went into space with a dog. We're going into space with a monkey. Oh, they already did that? We're going to go into space with a dude. Oh, they beat us to that? All right. Fucking gloves are coming off. We're going to the moon, bitch. And then they did. And then we did. We got, a moon landing. Peak. And then, of course, what happens? Oh, would you look at that? Kennedy, gone. So this here era, 1933 to 1963, 30 years of peace and prosperity. Well, okay, peace and prosperity. Yeah, that little war in between, but other than that, it was mostly just, America is not tearing itself apart with a civil war. People are eating well. The economy is booming. Even with the giant corporate tax rate we had, the wealthiest were still the wealthiest by a huge margin. And there were social programs being taken care of. And everybody was starting to get better. Shit was popping off. What do we get? Lyndon B. Johnson, right? Guy that is very as a Democrat. He is where the party switch begins to happen, because he sort of ran on the idea that he is in fact not wanting to sign the civil rights thing. It was sort of, he got nudged into it. It was it was sort of a fuck we have to situation. Kind of like with Lincoln. Lincoln didn't actually want to free the slaves. He thought a better idea was just hey, maybe we could just put them all back on the boats and send them back to Africa. But it's no, they're Americans. They eat like us. They talk like us. They work like us. They're people had to literally tell him no, that wouldn't really work because culture is different. You can't just put them in Africa because that's not fair. It's all right. He was trying everything to avoid that. He was trying to keep the country together. And it's all right, fine, I guess we'll have to do emancipation. And it's not that he was a racist or anything, but far from it. It was just that he knew it was going to cause a big fucking problem in this country. And that's why he wanted everybody to come together, and he tried to reconstruct the South. Is he didn't want the South being spiteful. They were always going to be spiteful. They're assholes. They're uneducated morons. But yeah. So then Johnson gets in there. He really doesn't want to do the civil rights thing for the same reasons. And so you get the political switch. the economy begins to take a downturn. Why? Nixon. So Johnson gets in there. He's in there for 2 terms. Doesn't fill out the second term because he fucking dies, right? He dies in office. So he died at 64, So, dead. Anyway, so he hands it off to Nixon. And this is where it all goes downhill. The 60s was the beginning of the hippie movement, right? So the reason for the hippie movement, the reason for the hippies and then later on the punks, is because of policies put in place by people like Lyndon B. Johnson, Richard Nixon. Funny how the second you had people like Kennedy out of the way, it starts to go back to business as usual where we're fucking over the poor. Nixon comes in, fucks up the economy, fucks up everything. He's racist and everything. It's fucking awful. Gerald Ford, it's like his vice president's name was literally Rockefeller. Like Nelson, like Jesus fucking Christ. Like he had a Rockefeller in his cat. Like come on, man. So yeah, he was another Republican. So what do you get? You get a bunch of Democrats cleaning everything up, making everything great. You get the political switch. Okay. So now, what would have been a Democrat, but not an FDR-style Democrat, it would have been a different thing, right? So the political switch had happened in this 30-year span. It slowly shifted because you had guys wanting to win southern states and local elections, and there you had to be racist. So what would you run? You would run the local Klansmen and stuff. Okay. Then you get to the Republicans. Nixon fucks it up. Gerald Ford continues fucking it up. Jimmy Carter tries to help. Can't really get anything done. It's a fucking shame because it's like Carter is a decent guy. It's just that in that environment, there was really nothing he could have done. Like there was never going to be a Teddy, let me put my foot down type of moment. What does Ronald Reagan do? Ronald Reagan comes in. He woos. He has the charisma. He looks good on television. Yeah, he's got a presence to him. Okay, cool. Except he, of course, what does he do? He prides himself as, I'm a Republican. I'm of the party of Lincoln. Teddy Roosevelt, Like he comes in like Teddy does, except he's the anti-Teddy. Comes up with the whole trickle-down economics bullshit. He comes in with all this nonsense. He gets 2 years. Why? Or he gets 2 terms. Why? The 80s was starting to go on the upswing, right? The 80s was looking pretty good because of all the short-term deals that he starts making, right? He makes short-term deals, shitty policies that aren't going to last. What do we run into? Uh-oh. Boom. 80s fall down. George Bush comes in, does dick. Absolutely dick for the American people. Why? He's a Republican, that's why. Clinton, we finally get a sensible guy for like 2 terms. Would you know it? Huh. When we start the upswing from the Reaganomics garbage, it's still with us, by the way. The Reaganomics shit still does. It's still affecting us. Clinton's not great either. But look at when he's here. 1993, 2001. When does the economy begin to get better? When do we start to have optimism and hope again out of what was a recession under Reagan, under the Republicans? They fucked everything up for about, let's see, when the Republicans are in power for 30 years. I mean, you have a little speed bump of Jimmy Carter, but all the rest of these guys, pure red fucking Republicans, pieces of shit, they fucked everything up from 70 to 69 to 93. That's about record time, honestly, 20-year span, and they managed to undo 30 years of economic progress and cultural relevancy. Like they fucked everything up. America was going up. These guys took us 4 steps back. Clinton gets in there. He actually tries some shit. He does some shit in the 90s. That's like, okay, cool. We're starting to get some stuff. Yeah, jobs still going overseas, but it's like it's not bad. It's not bad. Bush, George W. Bush. So this is the son of George H.W. Bush. Fuck, Jr.'s in office. He gets 2 terms. Why? The South is too fucking powerful. That's why. There's too many goddamn idiots in the South voting. The Electoral College is fucking us over. And conveniently, he gets to be a war president, right? He gets in his first term. Like, yeah. So what does he run on in the second term? I will continue the war on terror. There was no war on terror. It was all a con job. Blood for oil. That's all it was, right? And again, I say this not about the soldiers in uniform. Okay, let me make this perfectly clear. I do not hate military members. I hate the military-industrial complex. Those are 2 separate things, right? I love soldiers. I respect them. I thank them for their sacrifice, and it is the ultimate sacrifice to, lay down your life. I hope one day I am lucky enough to be in the position to where my death can be meaningful to, like just be like, if we have like a World War III, I'm first one signing up. Because if we got to go kick some ass somewhere, I will go. I will absolutely go. Like, we have a real honest to God, all hands on deck moment. I ain't got no problem with that. Right? So yeah, Bush comes in, fucks everything up, leads us directly into the subprime mortgage crisis, right? Obama comes in, finally, right? He's sort of a do-nothing Democrat. He ups the drone strikes. He increases the military spending budget. He's like a Republican light, right? So he's not great, but there are some things he kind of nudged us towards. And now we have this whole era of nonsense, which has been my political career so far, has been not great, horrible, what the fuck, even horrible. Like, it's, all of this has been shit. Basically, my entire political life has been shit. Because Bush, like, fucks everything up. Like, right when I'm, like right when I'm coming of age, I'm starting to get around, like, 14, 15, Bush comes in and fucks everything up. It's like, he fucks everything up before I even had a chance to vote on anything. I finally get a vote after, like, for Obama's second term or whatever, like, it's like, God damn it, man. Can we just, can I just have Bernie or something, Can we please just have this better? So yeah, basically, if you're wondering about SLC punk or anything like that, the punk movement starts here, right? The hippies are here, the punks are here. Why are there punks here and hippies here? The hippies are a reaction to the warmongering and the violence of the Republicans here. Then the later Republicans of Reagan fucking up the economy, continuing wars and shit. The whole Iran-Contra thing. Republicans love to leave that one out. The fact that Ronald Reagan went around Congress to do a weapons deal with fucking, like, by giving weapons to terrorists. Like, he was giving weapons to a foreign power that were, like, enemy of my enemy type shit. But he wasn't doing it through Congress. He did this whole backroom deal, funding the whole thing with drug money and through, like, the CIA and shit. That and then Nixon with the whole Watergate thing. And y'all, anybody that trusts Republicans, you have no brain. You have no fucking brain if you vote for them. Like, you are actively just a moron, Like, yeah, Democrats not that much better, right? It's like, it's kind of the difference between a room being too hot and a room being sweltering hot. But I'll take the too hot room, Like, it's, like, at least with the too hot room, I can maybe fix the thermostat. In the sweltering room, if I touch the thermostat, it's gonna burn my hand off. It's like I can't even do anything with that. Yeah. Anyway, so what? History hour, yeah. Last like half hour of the stream was just history time. But yeah, no, it's like that's how the timeline of America essentially goes. We have we have great, pretty good. We get pretty good until the Civil War. Fuck. We get like, okay, and then we go like, oh fuck, everything's going bad. Okay, we're getting better. It's like speed bumps of optimism on the path of capitalism. This is the problem, right? We need a president, like if you get a president in a Congress that are not capitalist, that are vehemently anti-capitalist, which you will have. You will eventually have that in like the next 15 or 20 years. It's going to happen. It will happen in my lifetime. Right, I will see it with my own eyes. I will see America. It has to. There is literally no way it can continue. There's always a breaking point. There is, like eternal vigilance is our reward, right? We have to always be on the watch for the capitalists, for the fascists, for all the ists and the phobes and the things, You always have to be on the lookout for these kind of people because they can dress it up all they want, and it's like, there's a quote from somebody that said, I think it was Noam Chomsky. Yeah, I believe it was him. He said something like, when authoritarianism comes to America, it will not be carrying a hammer and sickle, but instead it will wrap itself in the flag and carry a Bible, which is exactly what is happening right fucking now. It's been happening because that's exactly what the Republicans do. They try to fuck up your life as much as possible. So remember, kids, never vote Republican. It is the worst fucking thing. don't vote for them. They're like, the Democrats might do nothing, but at least when they're doing nothing, they're not actively harming you. Like, if you have to go out and vote, if you really need to do your civic duty, please vote down ballot blue all the way. I would say vote however you fucking want, right? You know, as long as it's not a Republican, you can vote for any of these third party. I would rather you vote for a libertarian, who are just like crazy fucking asshole version of Republicans, because at least I know they're not going to win, because they're inept, they're incompetent, and they're fucking nuts, and they, like, none of their shit makes sense. I don't know. Anywho, that is it for the stream. We should be back tomorrow to finish it up. I'm not sure exactly where we're at. We're like 20% done with one of the last 2 planets, so we might make it a big stream tomorrow and just finish that. I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to go stupidly watch Logan's Run at 12 a.m. So, I mean, it's only like an hour and a half movie, so I'll be up anyway. So yeah, that is it for the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, then do the usual. Like, subscribe, check out my streams, and I will see you guys in the next video. Reaper the Rager, signing off.